Shalom, everybody. For being patient with us these last few minutes. But I hope everybody's doing well. And, Shabbat Shalom to everybody out here getting the work in, doing the work. Kawakab in Guatemala. Shabbat Shalom to the brothers in Houston, brothers in Rochester, New York, brothers in Virginia. Hope everybody's doing well. Continue in the fight. And it's gonna be really good. Coming real soon to the Passover. Out in Houston this year, we get a chance to just to spend some more time with each other. So hopefully everybody can make it and show up. So without further ado, let's get our prayers up. Right? Get some of these basics things started right here. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathan Lanao. Award. Zayawam. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us light this day. Thanks, so be it.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathan Lanao. Rayak. Nayachacha. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Amajim Waponya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
All right, so Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathan Lanao. Hashabbat. B'Shalom. The water.
Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Okay. Psalms 121. Anashya,
Ayanyamya,
all, Hahoyam, Ma'aya, Yabua'ah, Isaiah, Yabua'ah, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'aisha, Shemayim, Wa'arataza, La'a, Yanathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'ah, Nawam, Shashamaya, Hana, Yala'ah, Nawam, Wala'ah, Yashan, Shashawamar, Yashrala, Yahweh, Shemaya, Yahweh, Tazalia, Ayo, Yanyamya, Hashemash, Yala'ah, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'ah, Harabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashamoya, Makol, right, Yashamoya, the Pasha, Yahweh, Yashamoya, Hawalakia, Wabu'aya, Ma'aitha, Wa'ai, Aman.
Psalms 121. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasha'Allah shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thy spirit from all evil. He shall preserve thy spirit. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yashrala,
Yahweh,
Elohayinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yashrala, Yahweh, Elohayinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yashrala, Yahweh, Elohayinu, Yahweh, Echad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abanawo, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malakwafka, Taba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'arataza, Kawa, Hayah, Bashemayim, Nathalanaw, Lachol, Kol, Yawam, Wasalakana, Chawathina, Kasalachana, Chawathina, Wala'ah, Tabi'ano, Banasawan, Abo, Hawashayna, Mayan, Rai, Hayah, Laka, Hamarakwa, Waha'ara, Wahathapa'ara, La'ai Waramya. Amen.
Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. 10 Commandments. La'ah, Yahaya, Laka, Alahaya, Achoya, Ayo, Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'ah, Tha'ina, Laka, Fasal, Wala'ah, Tha'ibadam.
Thou shalt not take unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'ah, Thalachwacha, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, Lakwadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
5. Kabad Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah Tharataza.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'ah Thana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah Thagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah Tha'ina. Shakwar.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah Tha'chamad. Kol. Asherah. La'ra'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Birthday Ahwar Shamshawan. Ahwar up.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Okay. Everyone, you shopping.
Take seats.
Hey, sir. What's up, man? Huh? Okay.
Okay, no problem, bro. That's my seeing,
You know, we know we're wearing this on Monday. Everybody heads up. The blue. We put it in the text.
I didn't see that, sir.
It was in the text. We're wearing this on Monday. Just a heads up.
Okay.
With hopefully blue pants. Navy blue
Oh,
pants.
right. Yeah, right.
Okay. Monday in the daytime.
Right.
Not the night.
I understand.
Just a recap real quick from last week. We talked the hell out of chapter 13 in 1 Samuel, but there was a lot of information. But in a nutshell, what happened was the Philistines were in a position where they were going to take over the Jews. But Saul was informed by Samuel to wait for 7 days so that Samuel can sit back here and do the sacrifice for Israel, so that the Most High could sit back here and look after the Jews against the fight against the Philistines. And what Samuel ended up doing, he was impatient, he panicked, he was losing men. Men were walking off, running off from the battle, to the point there was like 600 men left. So he sat back and took it upon his own eyes and hands to sit back and do the sacrifice that was only ordained by the priest to do. And because of it, the Most High, the Samuel, through the Most High's guidance, ended up instructing Saul that he was going to lose his children's posterity of the kingdom was going to be lost because of that decision. the final nail didn't drop on his leadership, but the fact that his sons and his sons' sons weren't going to be able to take the throne over time because of that act of disrespect and dishonor from the Most High. A regular person wasn't allowed to make the sacrifice, the evening sacrifice for the people. Okay? So we're going to go into today. We're still dealing with the fact that the Philistines had them surrounded. And they were taking over all the countryside locations around the Jews. And Saul, well, first of all, Samuel left Saul. He went back home to Ramah. So now you had Saul and his son Jonathan and 600 men to have to deal with this giant army that was out to destroy him. But what I want to do, I want to go initially to Antiquities of the Jews, book 6, chapter 6, paragraph 2, and to be specific, it is I don't have the numbers, but it says, so Samuel being grieved at what happened. It's in paragraph 2 towards
Chapter what?
it's book 6 chapter 6 paragraph 2, and it's in the middle of paragraph 2. You need it, Joseph? Okay. It says so Samuel being grieved at what happened. I don't know if you guys can find that yet. It's
Oh, it's line 105.
thank you, sir. Because I don't, my Josephus doesn't have numbers.
Page 160.
Okay. So we're gonna start there, so we can kind of like slightly recap and kind of get everybody up to date, or up to speed, I should say, with what's happening with Saul. Now Saul's in the trick bag. Listen, the protection of the Most High is gone. You have all these Philistines surrounding him, and it's 600. The numbers are just astronomically against them. So let's read that real quick. Matter of fact, I got to salute in the first person. And
That one, leave it at 1. That one, you say you gotta leave it at 1?
Yes, sir.
let's get that one.
Oh,
One.
brothers leave at 12. I mean,
That's what
they gotta leave.
Yeah, they got. So we'll get you first, Yohana.
Come.
We get Yohana first, yeah.
Yohana, Shal Shabbatah, Bar Yahawada, Bar Yashal.
Yohana, Shal Shabbatah, Bar Yahawada, Bar Yashal. I met you. Rock. Yahawah Bar Hashem Shal Shabbatah.
Yah Bar Shim Yashal Barakatam.
Ready?
Antiquities of the Jews, point 105.
Oh, it's chapter 6.
Chapter 6.
Paragraph. No, I'm sorry. Book 6, chapter 6, paragraph 2.
Book 6, chapter 6, point 105. So Samuel, being grieved at what happened, returned home.
So he went back to Ramah after he sat back here and saw this man blatantly not follow orders. Let's continue.
But Saul came to the city Gibeah
Gibeah is his hometown. Okay, read on.
with his son Jonathan, having only 600 men with him.
So there's 600 men. The way the Most High painted it was like a sea of Philistines. So it was thousands upon thousands of Philistines ready to go to war against them. Read on.
And of these, the greater part had no weapons.
And once again, remember we read earlier last week that the Philistines didn't allow the people in the corresponding areas around their garrisons to have any steel.
Yeah.
And if they had work tools that had to be like sharpened, they had to take the work tools to the Philistine cities. So there was no metal, no steel to fight against. No iron. That's what I meant. Sorry, there was no iron to fight against these Philistines that had nothing but iron on deck. So it was definitely going to be a lose-lose situation. 600 men, no weapons, versus an army of people with multiple weapons. Okay? Read on.
Because of the scarcity of iron in that country, as well as those that could make such weapons.
But the scarcity of iron in our country was based upon the fact that the Philistines didn't allow us to have the iron to use in the first place. Read on.
4. As we showed a little before, the Philistines had not suffered them to have such iron or such workmen.
Exactly.
Now the Philistines divided their army into 3 companies, and took as many roads, and laid waste the country of the Hebrews.
So what it's saying is, we read it earlier in Samuel 13, but they laid waste the countrysides of the Hebrews. You have your cities, you have your inner cities, and you have your country roads. So what they were doing, they were wiping out the exteriors of the land of the Jews, and they were working closing in, and they were surrounding them. We have mentioned that also. They were all around surrounding Gibeah, the fortress of the kingdom of Saul. And they had no weapons, their back was against the wall, and this dude went against the Heavenly Father's order. Okay?
Yeah, I think you said last week they had 300,000,
Huh.
and they split them up
3 ways.
3 ways, surrounded them.
So it was 100,000 across the board in a circle, covering them, and they were clearing out all the countryside paths. So they were working their way into the inner city. Okay? Read on.
While King Saul and his son Jonathan saw what was done, but were not able to defend the land.
They couldn't sit back here and defend the countrysides because it would have overextended them. You have 600 people dealing with thousands. You have to make your stand in one city and just go for it, and kind of funnel them into one place. But sitting back here overextending yourselves to get wiped out, right? Read on.
Having no more than 600 men with them. But as he and his son and Abiah, the high priest, who was of the posterity of Eli, the high priest, were sitting upon a pretty high hill, and seeing the land laid waste.
So they can sit back here and see all the outbound cities getting torn down and broken down, and they can see the devastation from where they were perched at. Okay? Read on. The crazy thing is, this one doesn't make sense. You had your high priest there. Why did you do it? At the very least, you could have had the high priest burn the sacrifice. Why did Saul have to burn the sacrifice from last? Doesn't make any sense. It's like he wanted the glory, and he just couldn't wait for the Most High at all. Well, let's keep going.
They were mightily disturbed at it.
Hell yeah, they were. You said they were mildly or mightily? Hell yeah. Because you're seeing the destruction of your nation, and they know they're coming for you. And then on the back end, you're like, damn, man, I just messed up too. I just messed up. These damn heathen are right around the corner. They're nonstop, in constant pursuit of us. What are we going to do? Read on.
Now Saul's son agreed with his armor bearer that they would go privately to the enemy's camp.
Now hold that. We're going to hold that. Now we're going to go back to 1 Samuel 13. And you have to read it. Elisha. Because we're going to be going back and forth between the Josephus.
Elisha, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Rabban, Ban Yashal.
Elisha, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Rabban, Ban Yashal. I much him. Rock.
Yahweh Shemel Shabbatah. Yahweh Shemel Shabbatah.
All right. Let's get 1 Samuel chapter 14, verse 1.
1 Samuel 14 and verse 1. Ready?
Yep.
Now it came to pass upon a day that Jonathan, the son of Saul, said unto the young man that bare his armor, Come, let us go over the Philistines' garrison, that is on the other side. But he told not his father.
Listen, it also shows that rashness ran in the family out.
Yeah.
Because he didn't sit back here. Why didn't he at least tell his father what was going to happen? He told him. He didn't tell him because his dad was going to tell him don't do it, and that it was a suicide mission. But it shows you. You know what? Saul wasn't listening to no damn body. Jonathan wasn't listening to no damn body. So nobody was listening to nobody. Saul was sitting back here, and also Saul was sweating bullets. He didn't know what to do. You're sitting back here in this high hill, watching all the exteriors of the countries get slaughtered. And you know, he's I'm gonna say this. And listen, for everybody who's sinned, where's your clarity of mind when you mess up, and you're dealing with like difficult situations in front of you? Where's your confidence at? You ain't got no damn confidence. You listen. You don't feel good about no decision. And you know that's the damn case.
Matter of time.
When you sitting back here, you sin, you listen, and your spiritual leader has got the hell out of here and rode off on his horse side, and he's going back home.
It's over.
He like, God, you sitting back here like, so this, you know what's crazy? Now you hear about Saul being around the priest. Why wasn't he around the priest earlier? Because he felt bold in his move.
Right.
So now your priest left. Now you're like, okay, priest, what we gonna do, man? Now we're gonna go to the other priest. What's the answer?
That's Israel, though. This is Israel. We only need the priest, or we don't need spiritual structure.
So you say you don't need counsel?
Look, we only need spiritual structure. We only need priests when things aren't going right.
God.
When things are going
After
good.
you sinned.
After the mistake and things are going right. When there's consequences for sin, not sin.
Yeah.
It's always
Good
sin.
point.
Sin's always around.
Sin is happening every day.
When there's sin and then there's consequences, then there's let me go to spiritual structure.
Let's have marriage counsel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When
We need counsel right
we're
now.
about to leave,
Yeah.
now we gotta have marriage counsel.
Maybe I want to talk to the priest about that.
I think we.
Before you just make a move like that, we need to come together and just see if we can work.
We have to come together.
All that happens
that's awesome.
when it's almost over.
Yes. Yes. What you gonna say, Zamo?
I was gonna say, when we sin, now we're just trying to avoid judgment.
Yeah, that's the point. And when you
hey, get me out of this.
and when you feel the heat and you feel the fire behind your neck,
Oh yeah.
then it's like
You know it's coming.
we need to counsel. I want to get the understanding now. Now I'm ready to get the understanding.
I'm ready to change.
Or you just ready to face it and get it over with.
Right.
It's like when you know you're getting whooped as a kid.
Yeah, yeah,
You're
yeah.
in trouble. It's like, let me just get my whooping now. But the Most High don't do that. He don't sting you when you
man.
want it.
Right.
He stings you when the time is right.
Yeah, because even if you're gonna accept the punishment, you're still moving. You're still trying to put your hand and block it.
Yeah, you're like,
So we want to see how the Most High gets retribution.
awesome, man.
But that's not where the pain is. I just want to bring one scripture on that.
Please do that.
Hebrews chapter 10, read verse 26.
It's funny, huh? All facts, man. I'm like, why you get the priest next to you now?
Yeah, now you want to be in order, right?
It was all good a couple days ago. Now you want to counsel with priest.
Yeah.
You didn't want to counsel with priest when he was right in the temple.
Yeah.
We're like icing a long time. So
That's what I'm saying.
When the priest was like, man, we're missing a couple of animals.
That's crazy, huh?
Go ahead. 26, 10 and 26.
Hebrews chapter 10 and verse 26. For if we sin willfully
Go ahead.
after that we have received the knowledge of the truth.
See, it wasn't like Saul didn't know the truth. He didn't know. It wasn't like he didn't know that the priest was supposed to do the sacrifice.
Shut up.
His sin was willful, and therefore his children are willful. But go ahead.
There remaineth no more sacrifice for sin.
So now it's like, what are you going to do? How can you come back and recover for what you know you're doing wrong? So the Most High don't allow you to just break ups to make up. You know what I'm saying? The Most High is not allowing it to just you do what you want to do, and then you're just going to come back to me when you want to come back to me.
Yep.
No, that's not how the Most High sets it up. What does he say?
There remaineth no more sacrifice for sin,
Read on.
but a certain fearful looking.
Stop right there. But that's the spirit that's supposed to be on a person that sins willfully. That's certain fearful for looking for judgment. That fear is paranoia. Paranoia is the natural spirit that's supposed to be on you when you sin. That's why Adam and Eve made aprons of leaves, because they was paranoid. They knew they were naked. They knew they were without the Most High's covering. Paranoia is supposed to be on a person, not confidence, but paranoia is supposed to be on a person that is doing things the wrong way. Read on. It says, but a certain what?
Fearful looking for of judgment.
And that's the paranoia is, I don't know, I got to look over my shoulder because I don't know where this is going to come from. I don't know when my judgment is coming. That's the hard part is not the sinning is not the hard part. It's the fact that I don't know when the Most High is going to sting me for it.
God.
That's what bothers brother. That's what bothers men. Because you know it's going to come.
You can't control the narrative. It's still about controlling the narrative.
You know it's coming. Go ahead. You know it's coming, but it's just a matter of time, and you don't know what direction the Most High is going to bring it from.
God.
That's the painful part. Read on.
And fury, indignation, which shall devour the adversary.
Exactly, which shall devour the Most High's opponents or adversaries. So that paranoia is supposed to be there. That robbing of confidence, that lack of confidence is supposed to be there because you know you was wrong.
Good.
And everybody that knows they're wrong knows that they got to answer for it. It's just that some of us say, I can handle it. I know I messed up, but I can deal with it. You know, but you don't know what the Most High is going to take. You don't know how He's going to punish you.
What you're going to lose.
What you're going to lose. You don't know. But we tell ourselves, however the Most High is going to deal with me,
I'll deal with it.
I'll deal with it. I'll take it. It's acceptable.
Until you lose it.
Right.
I would say, you sit there and you say you'll take the L, but you forget it's a fearful thing to fall in the hands of the living God.
Right.
That's where that fear.
The King of Terrors.
King of Terrors.
But he ain't called it King of Terrors for nothing.
Right. And we don't know how long it's going to take to appease the Most High's wrath.
God.
It could be one sting. It could be a continual sting.
Bro,
we don't know.
Think about Saul. Saul's first sin, he lost the ability for his sons and his sons' sons and his generation to keep his generational line in the kingship line. Because of that, because he made a, well, the bad thing about the sin, it was sin, but it was that presumptuous sin.
Yep.
It was bold. Why did you think you should be able to do what you did? What made you think what you did was the right move?
No, it shows that because the priest was taking too long, I'm going to take it in my own hands.
Huh?
When the Most High is taking too long, I'm going to take it in my own hands.
Yes.
It's the same spirit. The priest taking too damn long, the service taking too damn long, my life's taking too damn long, my blessing taking too damn long. I got to take things in my hands.
Yep, because I'm never going to get what I want unless I'm proactive.
Come.
Versus learning how to wait and work on what's inside of you. Well, if Paul just say, you know what, I have a lot of fear in me.
Come.
I need to wait. So Most High is going to have to show me not to fear.
And
he didn't give a shit about that.
Add to this too. And a lot of times the king is in position that the people are going to go through in the future. So if Saul had to wait, the people had to wait too. So if you're the prime example and you're giving this example to the people, what does it create? A lot of chaos, a lot of disorder.
But you know, he still didn't sit back and think about all the times the Most High dealt with small numbers, whether it was Gideon's army. Mm-hmm. It wasn't that long ago that Gideon with a small number took out the Midianites and the Ishmaelites. It was a couple hundred years ago. You forgot that already, B?
Yeah.
Con. Because you know, when a man is panicked and it's skin for skin, is when you reveal it, when the Most High reveals a man's character. We're going to kind of go into that on Monday about Most High allow situations to happen in our lives to show us where our character really is.
Right.
And all the things that we go through in our life are literally has to happen the way they do to show where our mind, our spirit, and really how much our disposition towards the Most High is.
Right. You said no man is when he's enticed. It says a man is when he is enticed is drawn out of his own lust.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That nobody can blame the Most High and say, you know, it's your fault. You put me in this situation. No, it was your lust that caused the situation to happen the way it is.
And the situation revealed what was inside of you.
Right. And if I'm used to giving myself to my lust with no restraint, then it makes sense that Saul would make a move like this.
Okay.
Because there is no let me double check to make sure that I'm doing things the right way. Let me get counsel.
Nope.
It's I'm used to giving myself to my lust without counsel. So it makes sense for a man to do this make this kind of move if that's what he's used to doing anyway.
Yeah.
Taking matters on his own hands.
And what he's doing in this snapshot or in this situation is a reflection of what's inside of him. It's not this is just one situation that was out of his character. This wasn't an out of character moment.
Right.
This was an example of what was always in him.
Right.
Okay. So now let's keep going. So now we're verse 3 again, right? No, we're verse 1. Let's go verse 1 again.
1 Samuel 14 and verse 1. Now it came to pass upon a day that Jonathan the son of Saul said unto the young man that bare his armor, Come, and let us go over to the Philistines' garrison, that is on the other side. But he told not his father.
But why did he tell out his father? Because he didn't listen like his dad. He didn't listen. And 2, he knew he also knew about his dad. His dad was a lot of talk guy. His dad was all talk and all for the people and all pomp and circumstance. But when it came down to execution, he wasn't there. He knew there was fear in him. So what did he do? He took matters in his own hands to sit back here, and it's still a suicide mission. You're going to cross over and deal with thousands of people?
Right.
That's suicide act. But he did it. Let's keep going. Verse 2.
Come, verse 2. And Saul tarried in the uttermost part of Gibeah, under a pomegranate tree, which is a Migron. And the people that were with him were about 600 men.
So he was just sitting here trying to think. Huh?
He was just chilling.
He was chilling. That's the point. He was just sitting here like waiting. Like, I don't know what's going to happen. We're just going to sit here. We're going to think this out. We're going to counsel. We're counseling, y'all.
Be cool. Just be
cool. The Most High's going to be there.
cool.
But he's scared as shit. Excuse my French. He's scared. He's panicking. He don't know what to do. And he got his 600 guys. And that's it. And this is why his son Jonathan bounced. Because he knew Saul wasn't going to do anything. Let's keep going.
And Ahiah, or is it Ahiah or Ahiah?
Ahiah is fun.
Come. And Ahiah, the son of Ahitub, and Ichabod's
brother, yeah.
the son of Phinehas, the son of Eli, the Lord's priest in Shiloh, wearing an ephod. And the people knew not that Jonathan was gone.
Exactly. The people didn't know that Jonathan had left. Now listen, Saul still had the priest of Eli locked in unto him. Even though, what did the prophecy say? What did the Most High say about Eli and his
posterity,
priestly lineage?
They'll be done too. They'll be destroyed.
The Most High said Eli's lineage is going to get wiped out. Saul told him that. The Most High told Samuel. The Most High told Samuel. Samuel told Eli. But you know who did Saul choose to be his priest? He still chose the tribe that wasn't supposed to be chosen.
Because it had a political benefit.
Because it was a political benefit. What you're going to read is that Saul had political affiliations with the northern kingdom. This is why when David took power, who was against him? The northern kingdom was against him initially. Because the north had aligned themselves with Saul. How do you know this also? Even when you go back, there was always beef between the north and the south. There was beef between the north and the south back in the time of Judges.
Yeah, it's always the same thing.
Ephraim was sitting back here flexing on everybody. Remember, Ephraim was like boss hogging all the wars?
God.
Yeah.
Was it really? Ephraim was boss hogging all the wars because all they kept saying is, how come you didn't call us into war? But why did they do that? Two reasons. They want the spoils, and they want to assert themselves as the what? The dominant tribe. They had been usurping and pushing themselves as the dominant tribe since everything went crazy. Don't forget. Remember when Ephraim was getting a lot of their land? Who was the only tribe that tripped about how much land they had? Ephraim was the only tribe that tripped about their portion. This is not about knocking on Ephraim. I love Ephraim. Ephraim, I love him. But you know what? Scripturally, Ephraim was tripping about how can a kingdom of our size and stature shouldn't have this small size. And you know what Joshua said? Surely a great kingdom with your power and posterity. Just go ahead and fight them giants over there. Take out them giants and you have all the land you want.
Expand your territory.
You're so tough. This is all yours. Kill the giants. Kill those giants to the right and everything will be okay. They didn't say nothing after that. So I guess it wasn't that important. But once again, the Most High also showed us that everybody got the land that they needed based upon the riches of the soil and the value of the blessing. The point is, Ephraim had been fighting and jockeying for a position, and they had made themselves, I guess, the tribe that was to be followed over years. So now you have Saul now still aligning himself with the people. He made the political choice over the righteous choice. Because later on, when David takes the throne, who does he sit back here and choose? He sits back here and chooses the priest under the line of Eleazar. How it was always meant to be. Under Aaron's sons. Aaron's son Eleazar was the direct lineage. He had four. Don't forget, Aaron had 4 sons. Right? It was the first 2 sons got killed when they burned that dirty incense. Right after the tabernacle was established the first time. Then you had 2. You had Ithamar and you had Eleazar. The priesthood was supposed to funnel through Eleazar. Ichabod and all these guys funneled through Ithamar. And that wasn't the proper lineup it was supposed to be established. I'm just trying to give a little background history, because what he's showing you is Saul was always about the play that made everybody happy, or made the larger number of people happy. And you're going to constantly see that pattern in how Saul did. He made moves to rile the people up. Remember when they took out the garrison in chapter 13 or 12? It was 13. And first of all, they didn't do it. Jonathan did it. He took out the garrison. What did Saul do? We're going to blow trumpets. When everybody get all crunk because we took out this garrison. Huh? It was a party. Everything, it was all good until all the Philistines got pissed and surrounded them. Now they're like, oh shit, what are we going to do? And that's the point. I'm just trying to show you in a snapshot how Saul operated and how he carried himself. So he sat back here and made the priestly choice that fit the mass appeal. Okay? So let's go to verse 4.
1 Samuel 14 and verse 4. And between the passages by which Jonathan sought to go over into the Philistines' garrison, there was a sharp rock on the one side, and a sharp rock on the other side. And the name of the one was Bozez.
So what it's obviously saying is that the path to get to this garrison was very narrow. It was a narrow path that only one or two people can get through to get to this garrison where the Philistines were in the thousands. Okay, read on.
And the name of the other was Seneh.
Mm-hmm.
The forefront of the one was situate northward over against Michmash, and the other southward over Gibeah. And Jonathan said to the young man that bears armor, Come, and let us go over unto the garrison of these uncircumcised. It may be that the Lord will work for us, for there is no restraint to the Lord to save by many or by few.
Listen, at least he understood that the Most High worked with small numbers.
God.
And you didn't have to have these large numbers to get blessed. That could have been something his dad held on to when he was losing all the army because they were afraid of the Philistines. But he wasn't thinking that way. But this is a fact. Okay, so read on.
God, verse 7. And his armor bearer said unto him, Do all that is in thine heart. Turn thee. Behold, I am with thee according to thy heart.
Ride or die, bro. If it's a suicide mission, then let's go get it. Read on.
Then said Jonathan, Behold, we will pass over unto these men, and we will discover ourselves unto them.
So when he says, once we pass over this area, once we finish climbing this path, then he says, and we will discover ourselves unto them. We're going to be noticed. Okay? Read on.
Then, verse 9. If they say this unto us, tarry until we come to you, then we will stand still in our place. It will not go up unto them.
So he says, once they see us, if they say hold tight, we're going to come get you. And he says, then we're going to sit back and stay tight and stay where we're at. Read on.
Verse 10. But if they say thus, come up unto us, then we will go up.
So if they say come and get us, then we're going to go and get them. Read on.
For the Lord hath delivered them into our hands.
So he's like, if they sit back here and say come to us, then that's the confirmation that the Most High is going to sit back here and bless it. If they come at us, then we're going to stay back. We're going to fall back, and this ain't the move. Read on.
And this shall be a sign unto us. And both of them discovered themselves unto the garrisons of the Philistines. And the Philistines said, Behold, the Hebrews come forth out of the holes where they had hid themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And the men of the garrison answered Jonathan and his armor bearer, and said, Come up to us, and we will show you a thing.
So it was the second answer. He said, come on up here. We go. You want this smoke? We're going to show you something, man. We're going to show you what to do. Let's go. So it was the second thing that Saul said is what they said. Okay?
Jonathan.
Now, what did I say? Saul?
Yeah.
My fault, Jonathan. So yeah, they told Jonathan, come on, let's go. Y'all want to get down? Let's get down. Read on.
And Jonathan said unto his armor bearer, Come up after me, for the Lord hath delivered them into the hand of Israel.
Cut.
And Jonathan climbed up upon his hands and upon his feet, and his armor bearer after him. And they fell before Jonathan, and his armor bearer slew after him.
So they started wiping out a lot of these dudes. Read on.
And that first slaughter, which Jonathan and his armor bearer made, was about 20 men, within, as it were, half an acre of land, which a yoke of oxen might plow.
Okay, plow.
Plow.
Okay. Read on.
And there was a trembling in the host, in the field, and among all the people, the garrison and the spoilers. They also trembled, and the earth quaked. So it was a very great trembling.
Because nobody's knowing where this damn fighting's coming from. And all these garrisons are split up, and there's this big ruckus and this commotion within this 20-acre land space.
I thought that was an earthquake.
Read it again. Read it again. Let me make sure I got it.
Verse 15. 15.
Read verse 14.
Got it. And verse 1 Samuel chapter 14 and verse 14. And that first slaughter, which Jonathan and his armor bearer made, was about 20 men, within, as it were, half an acre of land, which a yoke of oxen might plow.
Yohanan, give me in the Antiquities of the Jews, and give me, and now Saul's son agreed with his armor bearer.
Come. Antiquities of the Jews, chapter 6, book 6, and we're just above point 108.
It's still paragraph 2.
Come.
I'm sorry. Yeah. It's still paragraph 2. Yeah.
We're in the latter part of point 107.
Okay.
It says, now Saul's son agreed with his armor bearer that they would go privately to the enemy's camp and make a tumult and a disturbance among them. And when the armor bearer had readily promised to follow him whithersoever he should lead him, though he should be obliged to die in the attempt, Jonathan made use of the young man's assistance and descended from the hill and went to their enemies. Now the enemy's camp was upon a precipice
yes, sir.
which had 3 tops that ended in a small but sharp and long extremity, while there was a rock that surrounded them, like lines made to prevent the attacks of an enemy.
Mm-hmm.
There it so happened that the outguards of the camps were neglected because of the security that here arose from the situation of the place, and because they thought it altogether impossible, not only to ascend up to the camp on that quarter, but so much as to come near it. As soon, therefore, as they came to the camp, Jonathan encouraged his armor bearer and said to him, let us attack our enemies. And if, when they see us, they bid us come up to them, take that for a signal of victory. But if they say nothing, as not intending to invite us to come up, let us return back again. So when they were approaching to the enemy's camp, just after break of day, and the Philistines saw them, they said one to another, the Hebrews come out of their dens and caves. And they said to Jonathan and to his armor bearer, come on, ascend up to us.
Well, first of all, the Philistines felt that we were coming out of our dens and caves, which lets us know what? We read earlier in chapter 13 last week that the Jews were hiding in dens and caves. Listen, when things got so bad, we was hiding like babies out, afraid. We had a habit of doing that even during the time of what? The Midianites.
Yeah.
When the Midianite raiders would come in and take us out, we'd hide in the caves out of fear of being robbed and stolen and killed and massacred and destroyed. So this is something that we did, huh?
So they were mocking us.
Well, yeah, these dudes coming out of the cave. They want to smoke. All right, come on over here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna show you something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Read on. I just want to talk to you for a little bit, man. Read on.
And they said to Jonathan and to his armor bearer, come on, ascend up to us, that we may inflict a just punishment upon you for your rash attempt upon us. So Saul's son accepted of that invitation, as what signified to him victory. But he immediately came out of the place whence they were seen by their enemies. So he changed his place, and came to the rock which had none to guard it, because of its own strength. From thence they crept up with great labor and difficulty, and so far overcame by force the nature of the place, till they were able to fight with their enemies.
So they got in a position where they could sit back here and fight without having to exert too much energy, where they had to sit back and do the most exerting. Okay, they took a strategic position and was able to wipe them out. They keep going.
So they fell upon as they were asleep, and slew about 20 of them, and thereby filled them with disorder and surprise.
So this is important to understand. It was early in the morning. So they did this attack when half these guys were knocked out. Okay, and that was where a lot of the commotion was coming from earlier, because there was a bunch of fighting in the middle of the sleep. It was no different than what was happening back in the time of Joshua. They were sleeping, and all the commotion started happening, and then they wake up and they start fighting each other. Okay, but let's keep going.
Insomuch that some of them threw away their entire armor and fled.
Mm-hmm.
But the greatest part, not knowing one another, because they were of different nations, suspected one another to be enemies.
This is the same tactic the Most High used when they took out the Ishmaelites and the Midianites. It was in the middle of the night. Everybody was sleeping. And they started fighting each other after that commotion was made. When Gideon, they broke the glasses. And all of a sudden they did the yell. And everybody got up and started fighting each other.
Yeah.
Because the armies were a range of different nations. So now they're sitting back here, and this commotion is coming from not knowing, not trusting these guys they're with. Totally oblivious to the fact this is the Most High doing.
Yeah, and this is common even in today's wars.
Yep.
It's called fratricide. When you end up killing your own allies because you're scared or you're fearful or you're surrounded or you're just shooting. You're getting shot at from many directions and you're just scared, so you're just shooting at anything that moves because you're fearful.
Fratricide?
Yeah, fratricide.
Crazy,
When you
man.
kill your own people in war. And it happened in Vietnam. It happened damn near every war, because there's some people that they lose it. They're not focused in battle, and then they just start shooting anything, killing anything and anybody. And that mentality is from fear. That mentality comes from somebody who's panicking, and they're not focused. And this happened a lot it happened in the Gulf War. It happened in Vietnam, especially in Vietnam. You know what I'm saying? When the little Viet Cong jump up out the bush and then start shooting at you, then you just return fire. You don't know if it's friend or foe. And this fear that's what fear does to people. You end up hurting your own people. Yes, sir.
I'm saying it even happens with cops.
Yeah.
Cops freak out. They just start shooting. They shoot themselves. They shoot bystanders. They just.
Yeah, just fear. Just panicking.
There was a guy giving a report that he's a YouTuber guy. He's giving a report. He lost his position in his rank because the fog of war. He said the fog of war came. They call it the fog of war, where these clouds came out. A cloud. They were shooting each other. And it's like you don't see nobody. You don't see the person. You just see you just hear bullets coming to you. And you're shooting back.
Turn fire.
That sounds like panic.
Yeah, it's a cloud of just like this. The conditions are crazy. When they're hearing sounds and just you're fighting for your life. You look up,
Distortion.
and your own people it's your own people.
It's your own people.
How you train to shoot? You know what I'm saying? And you just bullets is going everywhere. It's like, come on, man.
Right.
I'm gonna say this. You know why? Because training is one thing, and you hearing bullets zoom past your head is another thing. And people are scared and they're yelling.
Shell shock.
And people are yelling and screaming and they got shot. That puts you in a whole different mindset. I ain't never been there, but I can imagine when you're in the fight and people are yelling and they're shooting and you're hearing guns blow past you. Now all of a sudden, who got the goods? Who can keep it together?
Yep.
Those are the ones only that survive. So let's keep going into Josephus.
Suspected one another to be enemies.
Mm-hmm.
For they did not imagine there were only 2 of the Hebrews that came up.
They didn't realize it. This is where that bold move actually worked out for the Jews. They came in and started fighting a couple dudes, and all of a sudden everybody's waking up nervous and afraid. There's all this tumult going on out, and it's fighting, and they start fighting each other. But keep going.
It shows the power of faith too.
Shows
The power that the Most High is dealing more in how much faith we have versus numbers.
And it also shows you in this situation, the Most High wasn't going to let the nation fall over this guy's actions, because he hated that Philistines that damn much. He was not going to let these damn Philistines get a W out.
Yeah.
And somebody read Jeremiah 32:27, and it shows you that Jonathan never gave up hope. You know what I'm saying? Never gave up hope. That's something that we need to have even today. You know what I'm saying? That mentality. Jeremiah 32:27.
Jeremiah 32 verse 27. Behold, I am the Lord, the power of all flesh.
Go ahead.
Is there anything too hard for me?
That's why the Most High said what?
Is there anything too hard for me?
So some men understand that. And if you have enough faith in the Most High, you understand that there's nothing too hard for the Most High. So there's always a chance. There's always an opportunity. There's always an exit. There's always a chance for victory. Even when the circumstances don't look like they're on your side, there's always hope. But we gotta have that hope even in the worst case scenario. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And Jonathan was a man that had that mentality. He knew that, it may be that the Most High may be with us. And sometimes you got to tell yourself that when all the circumstances and the chips are down and things are not in your favor, you got to tell yourself that the Most High can still be with us no matter what. You got to have that type of mentality.
You know why? Because listen, you got 600 people with no weapons out.
Right.
Listen, the only way you go, you better sit back here and make a bold move out.
Yep.
Sitting back here being there's no smart guy answer to that. Those odds.
No.
There's no thinking it through. There's no limitless angles.
There's
You got to sit back
strategy.
here.
They no strategy.
That's what I'm saying. There's no strategy. You got to have faith and take some risk and pray the Most High is going to look after you. There's no other answer to that. But let's continue into Josephus.
God. For they did not imagine that there were only 2 of the Hebrews that came up. And so they fought one against another. And some of them died in the battle. And some, as they were flying away, were thrown down from the rock headlong.
Listen, some of these guys were panicking like that fog of war. What was that word again you said?
Fratricide.
That fratricide. And they were just going crazy and running and they fell off the cliff, out of all the panic and commotion going on. So now we hold that and we go back to 14, 1 Samuel 14 and let's do 15.
1 Samuel 14 and verse 15. And there was a trembling in the host.
So that trembling was fear. That trembling was fear and panic and chaos going on amongst the people. Read on.
In the field.
In the host, meaning in the army, in the field where everybody was situated at. Read on.
And among all the people.
And among all the people. This was where all the stress was coming from. And the commotion. And the Most High allowed to happen and allowed the Most High back Jonathan's move. Read on.
The garrison and the spoilers, they also trembled. And the earth quaked. So it was a very great trembling.
So don't forget, there was a lot of people there. There was a lot of people there. So we had a whole bunch of sitting back here fighting and commotion. That's where the commotion came. Now, if it says the earth quaked, maybe there was an earthquake, and there was a very great trembling. Maybe there was, but the trembling and that fear came from the fear of sitting back here, and the people that they were with were actually going to war with them. So it was probably a combination of both. Okay, it was the fear and commotion, and then the earthquake. Okay, so read on.
Verse 16. And the watchmen of Saul in Gibeah of Benjamin looked, and behold, the multitude melted away, and they went on beating down one another.
So listen, Saul was still panicking, didn't know what to do. Now he sees across the way the fighting and commotion amongst the people, and the disarray and the disorder amongst the troops. They were obviously in a position where they can see people running around and falling and dying. Shalom. But they can sit back here, see all the falling around and all the commotion going on. You know what I mean? Read on.
Then said Saul unto the people that were with him, number now, and see who is gone from us. And when they had numbered, behold, Jonathan and his armor bearer were not there. And Saul said unto Jehiah, bring hither the ark of the Most High.
First of all, so this is what this Saul knew that Jonathan and the armor bearer weren't there. He knew that, right? They did a count. So let's keep more verses. Now Saul says, bring the ark of the Most High. Read on.
For the ark of the Most High was at that time with the children of Israel.
Cut.
And it came to pass, while Saul talked with the priests, that the noise that was in the host of Philistines went on and increased. And Saul said unto the priest, withdraw thine hand.
So he's seeing that the commotion is getting worse and worse, and the fighting is getting worse and worse, and this probably is a good opportunity to go ahead and take advantage of this situation. Read on.
And Saul and all the people that were with him assembled themselves, and they came to the battle. And behold, every man's sword was against his fellow. And there was a very great discomfiture.
So once again, Saul understood that they were starting to fight each other and they were turning on each other. Okay, read on.
Moreover, the Hebrews that were with the Philistines before that time, which went up with them into the camp from the country.
Read it from the top.
Moreover, the Hebrews that are with the Philistines before that time, which went up with them into the camp from the country round about, even they also turned to be with the Israelites that were with Saul and Jonathan.
So it says, moreover, the Hebrews that were with the Philistines before that time, which went up with them into the camp from the country round about, even they also turned to be with the Israelites. Don't forget, when all the bad news of all these people surrounded them, what were the Jews starting to do? They were starting to leave. They were starting to escape. It was in chapter 12 or 13. They were sitting back here hiding, going in holes, running away. Everybody was afraid to deal with these people. So what it's saying is, as a matter of fact, I think 13 and 6, it says, when the men of Israel saw that they were in a strait, for the people were distressed, then the people did hide themselves in caves and in thickets and in rocks and in high places and in pits. And then little ways down, it starts saying that everybody was trembling. They start leaving. And now we go back to 14, where it's saying all these, now people don't want to come back. It always happens that way. Mm-hmm. When we start seeing the possibility of victory, then you get the large mass of people. But the small group is the one that actually has to sit back here and make the sacrifice before the large numbers come behind you. Don't forget, during the time of Maccabees, it was the whole army was running away from the Romans or the Greeks. Mm-hmm. One guy said, forget this, I'm going at these guys. It took one person's bravery, then everybody manned up and fought the battle with them. That's how the nature of our people are. Most of our people don't have the courage to stand up for what's right and take those risks. But there were small numbers that do, and eventually end up giving everybody else the courage to fight their battles. Yes, sir?
It was verse 8 that people were scattered from him.
Verse 8 and 13? Or 13 and 8?
Yeah.
And he tarried 7 days according to the set time that Samuel had appointed.
7. Yeah, the 7. Well, really, you started it from 6.
Yeah.
And 6 through 8.
Kind. Because verse 7 was the people that did follow Saul, they were trembling.
They were scared. Yeah.
They followed him, but they were scared as hell. Shitting.
And the other ones just left.
Verse 8.
Exactly.
The party's over. Yeah.
Now listen, the first group said, "No, this ain't something that's gonna work for me. I'm gonna go up to the hills and chill." Then the ones that followed Saul were scared.
Run for your lives.
And then they listen. If you're scared, you might as well leave anyway. If you're trembling, you might as well go hide in the bushes. Like this, in the fetal position.
Yeah.
If you're scared, go to church, man. But verse 8 it says, "But Samuel came not to Gilgal, and the people were scattered from him." Right? God. So, where are we at in 1 Samuel 14?
1 Samuel 14 and verse 22. Likewise, all the men of Israel.
Wait, what verse 22?
22.
Yeah, read on.
Likewise, all the men of Israel which had hid themselves in Mount Ephraim, when they heard that the Philistines fled, even they also followed hard after them in the battle.
So that's the point. When they started seeing that the Philistines were going through chaotic situations and things were falling apart, the Israelites had fled to Mount Ephraim, started going back and charging hard. Well, it also shows you that the distances between these cities was not very far. It was like a 20-minute ride, 20 miles, 15 miles across the whole space. It wasn't that long. That's something to be conscious of. So they're in Mount Ephraim, which is above Gibeon. Mount Ephraim was above the land of the Benjamin land. So they sit back here. They can obviously see from Mount Ephraim what was going on with the Philistines. So once they saw the Philistines were breaking, the Israelites in Mount Ephraim went down to join the battle. Yeah. So now you got the 600 people that are looking here with their finger in their thumb, in their mouth, looking at all this situation. And then you got everybody coming to help fight. Now we're going to sit back here and see how
there's a momentum shift right now.
The momentum is shift.
But they only came down after they saw the Philistines.
But that's Israel all the time.
Jesus requires sign.
The Jews as a whole. Moses says he says the New Testament. It says
Seek wisdom.
No. It's the harvest is plentiful, but the laborers are few. There's not a lot of people willing to sit back and do the dirty work. It takes a small group to do the dirty work, and then the rest of the people come around behind what's established from the small number. It's been like that since the beginning of time. This is what it's been. Even when we talked about with Gideon, it was 300 people who did all the work, and then all the tribes would come around and help afterwards. That's how it is. So it's here to read verse 23.
1 Samuel 14 and verse 23. So the Lord saved Israel that day, and the battle passed over unto Beth.
So listen, so what it's saying is, the tide of the war was already going on our side. The work was done. Jonathan and his armor bearer did the heavy lifting. Then you got the armies from Ephraim are coming down here, because even from the land, the land of Ephraim, they couldn't tell how many of our guys were fighting. They couldn't tell. So they said, our people is out there fighting. They're losing. Let's get them. So Mount Ephraim is coming. All the people that was running into pushing, and Saul's still in Gibeon. Saul's in Gibeon with his 600 people.
What's going on here?
Chilling out, eating pomegranates. He's in a pomegranate tree. He's eating pomegranates. Anyway, let's keep going to 24.
Amen.
Huh?
Amen.
Okay. What I want.
Ahwar Shamshawan, Ban Nashar, Ban Yasha'Allah.
Ahwar Shamshawan, Ban Nashar, Ban Yasha'Allah. I'm much. Right? Yahweh Hashem Yahweh
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh.
All right. Let me see. We are going to. Oh, we need another. I need you to Josephus. Let's get you saluted in too. While the commotion's going on. The whole crew. Is this two different rules?
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemayawan, Ban Yashala.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemayawan, Ban Yashala. I'm much. Right? Yahweh Hashem Yahweh
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Brakatham.
Okay. Yohanan, where is the second group going? What direction? You know?
We're all going to the first one together.
In San Antonio?
Okay.
Even the second one's going to stay here.
Oh, we're not doing it also?
It's the same move, but it's not leaving here.
Okay. Continue real quick in the Josephus. I got to tell you something. Josephus.
Gotcha.
It's paragraph 3.
Okay, paragraph 3?
Yes. Okay, real quick.
Paragraph 3, let's go.
Antiquities of the Jews, book 6, chapter 6, paragraph 3, line 115.
All right.
Now Saul's watchmen told the king that the camp of the Philistines was in confusion. Then he inquired whether anybody was gone away from the army. And when he heard that his son and with his armor bearer were absent, he bade the high priest take the garments of his high priesthood and prophesy to him what success they should have, who said that they should get the victory and prevail against their enemies. So he went out after the Philistines.
Read that point again.
Kind
Just read from the top. Read a little quicker, bro. There's a lot going on.
Okay.
Read from the top.
From the top.
Uh-huh.
Now Saul's watchmen told the king that the camp of the Philistines was in confusion.
The camp of the Philistines was in confusion. Okay. Got it. Read on.
Then he inquired whether anybody was gone away from the army. And when he heard that his son and with his armor bearer were absent, he bade the high priest take the garments of his high priesthood.
So he just found out his son had. He just found out that his son had disappeared. Read on.
And prophesied to him what success they should have, who said that they should get the victory and prevail against their enemies.
It's like any parent's going to be concerned with the state of their children, the state of their children in warfare, the state of their children in battle. Read on.
So he went out after the Philistines and set upon them as they were slaying one another. Those also who had fled to dens and caves, upon hearing that Saul was gaining a victory, came running to him.
So once again, when we hear positive, I want to pull scripture on this, man.
What did I miss, man?
It wasn't much, bro. It was just that they heard good news.
Saul heard good news, right?
Saul heard good news, but before that, he couldn't find his son.
Yeah.
Well, he also said, he told the priest to take the garments of his high priesthood and prophesy to him what success they should have while they were over there battling. Saul's asking, okay, what prosperity am I going to have?
He's worried. He's worried about his son.
So if the battle's already commenced.
Right.
Well, why did he ask that? Why weren't you asking the priest before this?
Right.
You was eating pomegranates out before that? What are you doing? I'm sorry.
He's out of season now.
This guy is out the spirit.
When his son is missing, then it's time to go to the priest.
Oh, no. He had the priest with him.
I know, but
and then when his son's missing, now it wasn't real.
Now get the holy garments. Now get safety. It's that mode we go into, that hyper spiritual mode we go into when things really get real, when everything gets real.
When things start hitting home.
Stakes is high.
When it gets real, then now it's time to put the holy garments on. Spirit. Now it's time for sackcloth.
Holy garments have to get put on.
Now it's time for speaking pure Hebrew. if you're English,
you mean Lashawan Kodash?
Yeah, we're speaking the Lashawan Kodash now, because things got real. This is the mode we go into when things really get real.
I need all hands on deck.
All hands on deck. Men, we're not getting sleep tonight. We're gonna figure this out. The sky really is falling now. Yeah. There's a certain it shows we have a certain comfort zone when it comes to chaos. Yeah. And so Saul had a certain amount of comfort when it came to chaos, like we all do. We can tolerate a certain amount of chaos. There's a certain point where it gets beyond our ability or our tolerance, our risk tolerance. Now it's time to be Yahweh Shem Yahushai, Lashawan Kodash, Abanash Vashaman Kodash. All that.
I didn't know that was
that's the spirit,
pattern of the Hebrew.
That's the spirit Israel goes into. They just go into hyper spiritual mode when it goes beyond their risk tolerance.
Yeah.
Because we kind of like a little chaos. We can tolerate a little chaos. Some of us can, some of us can't. It depends on each person's individual risk tolerance. But what it shows is Saul knows where to go, like we all know where to go. We all say, like, I don't know why it's like this. I don't know what's going on. But if we really want answers, we know exactly where to go. Read on. You go from the top. Read from the top so everybody's cut off.
Paragraph 3, line 115. Now Saul's watchman told the king that the camp of the Philistines was in confusion. Then he inquired whether anybody was gone away from the army. And when he heard that his son and with his armor bearer were absent, he bade the high priest take the garments of his high priesthood and prophesied to him what success they should have, who said that they should get the victory and prevail against their enemies. So he went out after the Philistines and set upon them as they were slaying one another. Those also who had fled to dens and caves, upon hearing that Saul was gaining a victory, came running to him. When therefore the number of the Hebrews that came to Saul amounted to about 10,000, he pursued the enemy.
Stop. So what is that saying? Now he's a front runner of the year, right? Now he got 10,000 on his side. Yeah. Now the Spirit's telling me it's time to charge. When it was 600, we're going to sit back and eat pomegranates. I think this out. Right?
Yeah.
We're going to eat pomegranates and get all these antioxidants in our system out. while we're sitting back here waiting on what the hell to do with these six-finger giants out. What's that?
No, I'm saying you see the commotion. You know something's gone. Your son's missing. 2 + 2. You figured he went and did something. You'd be gone.
Why didn't you charge with the six?
Yeah, he wants
the Spirit already told you it was open.
Yeah. Well, hold on. Before we go, let's just double check and make sure.
Oh, you still weren't going to do nothing without 10,000 on your side. It just shows this guy is a front runner all the damn way.
And also, it shows we have a lot of confidence in tangible things.
Yeah, numbers.
I can see numbers. I can see equipment. I can see iron. I can see
Equipment.
steel. I see
If
that.
there's iron, we're gonna win.
We have the technology to handle this.
Yeah. Yeah. It's no different when people that are even trying to learn the Most High. They want to go with the numbers
Yep.
versus the wisdom. I'll choose the numbers. The numbers mean security.
Yeah.
Numbers mean safety. Versus sitting back here with the wisdom and following the wisdom and the Most High. Hold this. I'm sorry.
So like I was gonna say, even on top of that, it's wisdom in the spirit.
God.
I'm gonna use wisdom, rational thinking, and
Yeah.
you're trying to, instead of okay, no, you need to make a spiritual move.
Listen, wisdom can only take you so far. Making the smart play can only take you so far. There has to be an element of faith and trust the Most High is going to sit back here and work this out. And what that means is you can think it out to a certain degree, but you're going to have to give up control one way or the other.
And put yourself out
And
there.
put yourself out there to trust the Most High. And if you don't, you're going to be limited to your relationship with the Most High.
You can see the difference.
It's the facts.
You can see the difference there with Jonathan and Saul.
Hell yeah. He put it on the line, even though he was a little rash, but he also knew his father. His father was about the numbers, and his confidence was about the numbers and how many people he had around him. And it really wasn't about a relationship with the Heavenly Father.
You know, he needs guarantees in order to operate.
God.
And in life, there's not always guarantees. You don't have guarantees in life.
But that was the Most High. Listen, you gotta understand, that was the man that the people wanted. The tallest guy, the biggest, strongest guy. That was the caliber man they wanted. He was a face guy.
If there's guarantees, I'm gonna come off this throne. I'm gonna go to war.
Huh.
Right.
I can sit back here. I can kill this many numbers.
Right.
I can do this. I can do this. We can do this in these numbers. But when it came to pure faith, he didn't have it.
So he was trying to rely on tactics, stratagem,
God.
and ingenuity.
Only.
Right.
Only. And it wasn't about the Most High until he had to ask the Most High for advice. And it's always that. It was never about just going to the Most High first to see how to play. He already blew that opportunity. Okay, give me verse 24 in the scriptures.
1 Samuel chapter 14 and verse 24. And the men of Israel were distressed that day, for Saul had adjourned the people, saying, Cursed be the man that eateth any food until evening.
Listen, so now he's making these outrageous spiritual decrees when he couldn't hold on to the spiritual decree he was told a day ago. What was the decree Samuel told Saul?
Wait 7 days.
Sit your ass here until I get here and don't do nothing. And I'm going to sit back here and sacrifice this animal. You couldn't do that. But now you're going to sit back here and impose a ridiculous demand on the people? But that is where the hypocrisy of leadership a lot of time comes. I want the men to do something that I don't want to do. I'm demanding the men stay in order, but I'm not going to be in order. I'm not going to lock into my head, but I want everybody to lock into me. That's how man always does it. Or at least leadership that's off. I want something to be done to me that I won't do for my head. Read on.
That I may be avenged on my enemies.
And then it goes about, then it's not only you're given a bogus demand of not eating anything. Then the second thing is so that I can sit back and be avenged of my enemies. You're not out there fighting right now. Your son did it. This was your son's move.
Right.
But now you're making this battle about who? You.
And when you look at David, who was probably young as hell this time period, right? He always says these people defy the armies of the Most High.
God.
These people defy the Lord.
God.
These uncircumcised Philistines defy the Lord.
God.
He's looking at it as they're disrespecting the Most High's heritage, not him.
This is about me. I'm going to be avenged because how dare these damn Philistines come into my land and take over my land and my people.
Yeah.
And you know, you see it with leadership now in Israel. You got leaders that make it about them. If a guy gets ranked, guess what? Another one. Another one for this guy. This guy didn't promote them. The Most High promoted them. But you have people's mindset that they always want to make it about them and what they did. The crazy thing in this situation, Saul had nothing to do with this victory. at all. This was all the faith of Jonathan and the will of the Most High. That was it.
Isn't it? I'm just kind of had a question. Isn't it kind of like also like we get caught up in this emotional high of the win? So then that turns into, I see my people winning, I see us prosper. Now rash decision starts happening, and you get caught up in this emotional like adrenaline.
I want to say that, but it's also this. Listen, what did Samuel tell Saul? Listen, man, your reign is going to end soon. It's going to end with you dying. Your sons aren't going to be able to sit back here and take the throne. The Most High, spiritually, is breaking him down and is giving him a spiritual shelf life. But what you're seeing how the Most High deals, even though the Most High is breaking him down in his position in his posterity, he'll still give you a win still. His nation won. And the crazy thing is, Saul was under the assumption that the Most High is still with him. But the Most High is slowly departing from him. Even though you might not, the nation might not noticeably see it yet. This is how we have to be as men in the truth and as leaders. We have to be so careful about pleasing the Most High and being right with him, because we might have the position and the honor to lead our people now, but if we don't make the decisions and make the right mindset and teach the people and put them in the right positions and lead properly, the Most High can take our position very quickly. But it's a slow, subtle process. The Most High, the Most High literally said, man, you know what, this is it. You're starting to piss me off, and I'm going to start taking things from you. But while the Most High is taking things from Saul, the nation doesn't see it yet. The Most High is starting to sit back and switch and remove him out of the picture. But the process hasn't happened yet. But this showing you how the character in Saul is starting to reveal to the Most High, this guy ain't the guy. I'm just trying to show you also why the Most High is removing him. He's not completely, the nation isn't completely affected yet. Okay.
No different in America, how the Most High is slowly breaking down America. He hasn't just said, I command to destroy you in 1 minute.
Okay.
You know it's going to happen like that, but there's been a slow decline.
Gradual.
There's been a gradual decline since 1969, right? According to prophecy, right? But also with individuals that come to this classroom. A lot of men that, you know, it took the Most High breaking them down slowly to get men to start coming to the Most High more often.
Yeah.
Right? It takes the Most High, even when we're in the world. Why are we here now? Why are we in the truth, bro? Come on, man. Were we not getting broken down in the world before we came to the truth? We saw our life declining before we came here. And we found out eventually, you know what, I need to stay here, I need to be here, because this is not the best place for my spiritual well-being. Right? But if I'm sitting here abetting people, and I'm helping people that are not trying to serve the Most High, what am I doing? I'm abetting their rebellion against the Father. So if my spirit's not coming to class, I'm not coming to class like I want, I'm not giving my spirit to studying, I'm not reading the book, I shouldn't be getting sustenance and spiritual benefits. I have to get dried up to humble myself to go back to the Father. Like America. America should be humbling themselves to come back at talking about the populace of people, not talking about the government. The people should be seeing the economy collapsing, seeing these vaccinations coming out, seeing all type of possibility of warfare. People should be more spiritual than they've ever been. It should be like a spiritual resurgence right now. You would think that it's been a musical resurgence. It's been everybody's dropping great albums since the COVID, since what they call it, the lockdowns. People are doing more art now. People are creating more businesses now. But you don't see people really tapping in hardcore in their spirit. That's a sign of pride, bro. So the same thing, the same dynamics that America's going through, same dynamics that a man that's not giving the spirit of the Most High is coming through, same dynamics that Saul's going through.
Yeah, pride go before destruction.
But it's a slow, gradual process. And how the Most High deteriorates this man from here to here. So now this guy's sitting back here. Saul had nothing to do with the resurgence. He had nothing to do with all these soldiers coming back. But now he's making a war about him. And this is how egotistical people do. Short-sighted people do. They make everything about them. Okay? So he says, nobody eats until I am avenged. I bet you he had a full stomach before that happened. I bet you his belly was full before he made the decree out.
With pomegranate.
He had full of pomegranates out, and everybody else is sitting back here, stinking
Fasting.
fat, hungry as hell. So anyway, nobody can eat any more food until the evening. It said, so I am avenging my enemies. Read on.
So none of the people tasted any food.
But what's crazy is you still have these two guys out here fighting that don't know it, and you know they don't know it. That's what's stupid. You didn't account for who was out, who was around your army.
Right.
You know Jonathan and his armor bearer aren't there, and you're still making a decree knowing they don't know. But you're caught up in your ego to the point where at the end he's ready for his son to die. He actually acts like his son should have known. You see it. It's ridiculous. You did a count and you know your son ain't there. Read on that.
Verse 25. And all they of the land came to a wood, and there was honey upon the ground. And when the people were come into the wood, behold, the honey dropped. But no man put his hand to his mouth, for the people feared the oath.
See that? It's right there. Temptation's right there.
The temptation's right there. Gone.
Hungry.
And yeah, keep going. And it's good for energy.
Right.
Read on.
But Jonathan heard not when his father charged the people with the oath.
Gone.
Wherefore he put forth the end of the rod that was in his hand, and dipped it in a honeycomb, and put his hand to his mouth, and his eyes were enlightened.
All it was, he got energy. Because he been fighting them Philistines all day.
Man, he got more than energy. That was a complete restoration
Gone.
of all his energy, man.
And that's the point. Just a little bit. He got boosted up. He didn't know what was happening.
It's a beef honey.
That was that manuka.
That beef powder extract.
That's a manuka honey.
That's hilarious. It's that good. That's that good.
Medicinal.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Read on.
Then answered one of the people and said, Thy father straitly charged the people with an oath, saying, Cursed be the man that eateth any food this day. And the people were faint.
They were fighting all damn day long. You tell me you can't eat nothing? It's just these outrageous claims to bring attention to who? Yourself. Like you're the leader.
And the Most High still stinging.
But the thing is, now you're sitting back here.
Counterproductive.
What's the purpose of a fast? It's to stay spiritually connected to the Most High.
Yeah.
But you weren't spiritually connected to the Most High to not be conscious about. You should wait till your priest comes down and sits back here and establishes the right order. And so once again, like most men do, they pull priest angles and they pull spiritual angles to benefit them. But when it's time for them to execute the spiritual move, you don't do it. Because in his mind, if I give him something spiritual, it'll galvanize them and bring them together and make them want to fight these Philistines. That's the thinking. No food or drink for the Most High. Yeah! Because he knows they need the confidence of the Most High to fight who? These Philistines. So now you're riling them up and getting them all positive and hooked on God. While you're sitting back here and you don't even live the same life you're pushing them in to live.
That's why you said it's hypocrisy.
It's hypocrisy. You want to create and nurture a spiritual concept for the men to feed off of, but you don't want to live off a spiritual counsel and a concept for yourself to sustain you. You're about your flesh and comforts, but you want everybody to fight this mental battle, a battle that you don't want to fight. Yes, sir?
And you can see that being in us. It goes to the Sadducees and Pharisees, even today with the camp.
I know.
The order will get dropped, and you don't follow it. But then you'll see somebody else, and you'll tell them, hey, you need to be
That's the point.
Crazy.
That is the mindset. That Saul was literally the prototype of what not to do as a leader. Right? So now he's sitting back here talking about not eating and drinking nothing. His son eats some honey. Read on.
Verse 29.
First of all, everybody wants some of that damn honey. And how did fair? How you eat all that?
It said that honey dropped.
It dropped.
You know, it was dripping out. It was dripping out.
God,
Man, that's tempting out. Yeah.
So Jonathan ate it. Read verse 29.
Verse 29. Then said Jonathan, My father has troubled the land.
You know, Jonathan understood that his dad was what, He was out the spirit,
Yep.
Like, my father troubled the land. What's he doing, Well, he didn't need to make that decision. He's troubling the land, making these outrageous, overboard claims when you don't need to.
So why didn't they see it?
Huh?
So they were blindly following Saul.
Yes.
So why didn't they?
I serve as men.
Well, you know the crazy thing is, this is what Samuel was telling the people. If you have the figurehead, if you have the king was going to get the people to lock into him.
Right.
The king's number one priority was about taking your children, taking your sons and your daughters as confectionaries,
Yep.
as bakers, as cooks,
Taking
as
land.
horsemen, as to get in your army. He was going to sit back and use all of his resources to benefit him. The purpose of having the what do you call it, a war? The judge. The judge's mindset, the way the judge was put together, his job was still to lead the people, but his job was to sit back and remind everybody to keep their focus on the Most High.
They're accountable.
But you know what's crazy? Whether you're the judge or whether you're the king, you're still the head. But the thing is what type of head do you choose to be? Do you choose to be a king, to where everything is revolved around pleasing the man? Or do you choose to be the judge, where everything is revolved around getting people to get hooked on the Most High Christ? The people still need a head. People still need to follow. And this is why the Most High was so pissed about having a king, because the people were just going to learn. The people as a whole, the Most High calls the people what? Sheep. Our people are still sheep by nature. They're going to follow whoever is going to be ahead of them. Then they're going to be mad when things don't work out and quit and leave the truth. This is why being in this position is so important, and the responsibility is so important. Because the leadership has to function more like a judge and less like a king. But the people still need a leader. They still need a head.
They just can't have a kingship.
You just can't have a kingship. You got to have a person that's constantly reminding you that you got to give more to the Most High while being that living example of being disciplined and serving the Heavenly Father. Yes, sir?
Just like how Paul said, be ye followers of me as I am also of Christ.
That
Christ
Paul
is it.
still maintained. He might have called it discipleship and apostleship later on, but it was still taking on the spirit of a judge. He was a judge that traveled from city to city to establish the correct mindset followers of Christ had to be. But a judge still had to be there. A person whose life was given to living the life that they're teaching. But that kingship is too much muddled in just pleasing the king. So the people, but you know what? But there's a problem, because when you got the king, now you don't got to think.
Right.
Now, man would rather just do whatever the head of king says and stop thinking. It's easier that way, versus sitting back here and I'm on the hook for every choice I make in the Most High Christ. That's more pressure. So for mankind, let me just give them part of my vineyard and this and this, and I ain't got to do no thinking.
Cool, I'll pay more taxes. Whatever.
Cool, but I don't got to think.
Yeah.
I don't got to be responsible for my conduct every day. Let me just do what the king says. And that's the problem. It goes both ways. So now, Jonathan's like, man, my father's troubling the land. I'm making these bogus ass decrees just to sit back and look like, you know, the crazy thing is, it's almost like the damage was done. The victory was already 40% done, 50% done. Now you want to put your stamp of approval on it, like you're actually creating a scenario to lead the men through the battle.
Israel does it every day, bro.
They do it all the time.
We want to claim the Most High's victory.
And this is what he's doing. Jonathan wasn't even trying to claim the victory. Saul wanted to claim the victory. That's the point. And he totally forgot the lesson that Samuel was trying to teach him. It's still about him. Read on.
Verse 29, then said Jonathan, my father has troubled the land. See, I pray you, how my eyes have been enlightened, because I have tasted a little of this honey.
He said, man, it doesn't make sense what he's saying. Look how much rejuvenated we are now. We can fight even harder for the Most High. But you have everybody hungry and on starvation, and we're fighting these Philistines all day.
His bad decisions make
all damn day,
His decisions make it harder for the men.
But you know, but that's another issue with leadership in Israel. When I'm disconnected and it's all about me, I can give two shits about how these decrees affect the body.
Right.
That's the consequence also about poor leadership.
It says he bind heavy burdens on men's shoulders that you would not even one finger shoulder.
That's
bear.
the point. But in the name of, I need to look like I had something to do with this.
With the success of it.
I have to be able to take credit for some of that. And if I gave the decree that we're going to fast, then my guidance and counsel was how we finished off the battle.
Because you know what that'll do? That'll redirect the people from looking at Jonathan saying it was your faith in the Most High that got us the victory. That'll steer the people away from the faith move and back into the kingship move. It was Saul's wisdom.
Exactly.
That's the point.
It was Saul's wisdom that got Israel out of that situation.
And that was deliberate. He's manipulating a spiritual concept for his benefit. But when it's about him sitting back here having to apply the scriptures and apply being spiritual, he's not going to do it. But he understood how to manipulate the Most High, or the conscience of the Most High, for his will.
And we do it in our own lives. By not giving the Most High the credit, it was my moves, my decision, my tenure, my ability, my skill set, my ability to strategize, the natural gifts I was given. We do that in our own personal kingdom.
God. No doubt about it. It's
as
clear as day.
It's be getting no credit out.
I know.
Then, until he sends that unforeseen circumstance out.
Yeah. God. Let's keep going. It's clear as day, man. Verse 30.
Verse 30. How much more if happily the people had eaten freely today of the spoil of their enemies which they found, for had there not been now a much greater slaughter among the Philistines?
It's how much more we have whipped their ass if we have more energy.
Come on, man.
How much greater of a victory. Listen, and the crazy thing is, Jonathan's been fighting since the early morning, since the dawn of the morning. That's like 6 o'clock. 7 we've been fighting since 7 in the morning, and he can't eat nothing. Stupid. And he wasn't even told he's on a hook for something he wasn't told.
You know,
that doesn't make any sense.
That's another. You know what that shows? That's another level of suffering.
But that's what ends up happening when there's poor leadership and poor decisions. Everybody suffers even more.
That's what I'm saying. It's not. It's already bad enough that you got to fight your enemies.
Yeah.
That you got to fight your enemies to survive, and they've imposed these heavy burdens on you. No iron, no blacksmith, no weapons. You're there. Plus,
just hand-to-hand stuff. You a kung fu fight, not.
It's bad enough, man. And then you got amongst the fact that the battle's already difficult.
Yeah.
Then you got a decree that came down to say, I'm going to put more levels of suffering on top of you. We can understand that.
Yeah, we can understand.
But living that, we can read about it.
We can live it too.
But living it is it's even that much more difficult. As if life isn't bad enough as it is.
Just for the sake of image.
Just for the sake of it.
Just for the sake of image, to look like I'm actually doing something spiritual. There was no other cause but to look like I'm doing something spiritual.
I'll say that's why I told you, when the wicked are authority, the people mourn.
Because
it's all about them.
And everybody has to suffer from these idiotic angles. Listen, I can see if it's like, okay, we got 600 men. Nobody eat today. We gotta pray the Most High comes through. I can see if it started that way.
Right.
I can see if I got 600 guys sending some prayers up, not eating nothing, helping the Most High. I can kind of see that. But the war was already starting, and you didn't start it.
Right.
You didn't have nothing to do with the tides changing.
You watch and see if he's gonna get the victory. Or
Yeah.
the momentum on your side.
And listen, we're already winning. We can see that we're winning over here. We can see from the hill that we're winning, and everything is switching our way.
Right.
With 2 guys.
Right.
Now I got 10,000 guys still watching 2 guys take things out. Now I'm gonna do the damn fast. Fast for the Most High. Right! Yeah! Now I'm doing a Braveheart moment act to get some attention my way.
Yep.
To look like with my wise sage-ism.
Yeah.
Now the people are going to make a rally around me more. He was a rally guy.
Go get the priest. Go get the priest. Put on the holy garments.
Yeah, bro. Anyway.
And also, that's why we want to see a show now, right?
What's that?
And so now I'm saying, I see what Shamshawan was saying. So, but also, this is why when the song came out, Saul had killed his thousands.
Oh man.
David had killed his
He hated
10,000.
that.
That's why it bothered him so much.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a song, man. It's
Yeah.
a good song.
Yeah.
You're in the song. People say about
You're in the song. You're in the
You're actually in
song.
the song,
You
man.
gave
You
the
should-
shout out. I mean, man.
You gotta. That's cool. But I can see why it bothers him so much. He's not getting the victory in the song. He ain't the main character of the song.
Because he's
So,
king.
so you're saying that Kobe scored 81 and Jordan scored 65?
Yeah.
Jordan get mad at?
But
Yeah.
that's not cool. So it shows, almost shows a little bit of narcissism. Man.
It is. Everything was
It's
about
narcissism.
narcissism.
Yeah.
It's got to be about me.
Ah, man. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. We'll be on chapter 14 forever.
Verse 31.
Matter of fact, let's go into Josephus.
Pick up where I was.
Yeah.
We're in paragraph 3. We're at the end of line 116. Page 160. The number of the Hebrews that came to Saul amounted to about 10,000. He pursued the enemy, who were scattered all over the country, but then he fell into an action which was a very unhappy one, and liable to be very much blamed, for whether out of ignorance or whether out of joy for a victory gained so strangely.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. It says, which was a very unhappy one, and liable to be very much blessed and blamed. Now, can you go a little higher? I just want to make sure. When therefore, can you do that again?
Okay. Who were scattered all over the country, but then he fell into an action, which was a very unhappy one, and liable to be very much blamed, for whether out of ignorance or whether out of joy for a victory gained so strangely.
Read on.
For it frequently happens that persons so fortunate are not then able to use their reason consistently.
Hold that. What you gonna say, sis?
Could he please state the page and then where at, so I can...
We're at
Okay.
page 160, paragraph 3. We're at the end of line 116.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Read on.
Okay, sure. For it frequently happens that persons so fortunate are not then able to use their reason consistently.
What it says is this: Saul didn't sit back here and look at his situation as he was lucky, and he dodged a bullet. He couldn't look at it that way.
Right.
And he says, in situation where a guy is already into his ego, he couldn't see that this is almost like giving him a break. He threw you a bone, bro. So, literally, Samuel is in his horse back in Ramah by now.
This is repentance time. This when you go to
I should be appreciative and say, man, the Lord gave us an opportunity. Let's go fight this battle. Let's finish it off.
Wow.
He says, very rarely can a guy in this position use his reason consistently. Because he was already. Listen, it only took him. This was crazy. It took him a year to 2 years before he lost all objectivity. It didn't take him long to lose his reason. He went from being numbered amongst the prophets and being taught in the Spirit of the Most High given to him in a year to all of a sudden he lost that consciousness of the Most High. Let's keep going.
You know, it said,
I'm sorry.
No, it said right here. It says that it says either by ignorance or whether it's out of joy. But it says the action, like you said, the action was it was extreme.
Yeah.
It was an extreme, unnecessary action. You know what I'm saying? And I just wanted to say that if a leader is operating in an extreme manner, it's almost inevitable that the people are going to suffer for it.
God.
They're going to suffer for every extreme action that a leader takes. I just want to bring that out.
These are all facts.
Yeah.
And there's no need to be extreme here. We had the victory.
Right.
And can you accept it wasn't out of your hand? Why would and then you got to ask them, the Most High ain't going to give me this victory. It's not going to come from my hand because I didn't do it right in the first place. The Most High gave us the victory because he loved his people. And he wasn't going to give the Philistines this entire area. That's it, man. And can I accept the Most High wasn't going to bless me because of my actions?
So Saul had inserted himself into what the Most High had destined to happen.
God.
He had to insert himself as saying, I have to get some type of reward, glory,
Yep.
joy,
Acknowledgement.
recognition out of this victory somehow. So I'm going to make an extreme move to make sure that I insert myself to get this recognition.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I see that because the Most High will give victory to Israel, but the wicked shall not go unpunished. Saul's still going to get his for his actions and what he did.
But you know what? But you know the crazy thing? He couldn't see it.
Yeah.
He wasn't wanting to see that he was the problem. Okay, so keep going.
We're in line 117. As he was desirous to avenge himself.
He was trying to make himself look better, right? I want to avenge myself because I made the bad, dumb move of slaughtering this animal in front of everybody. It was still bad optics. Right? It's bad optics. The people are like, why are you killing this animal? Why are you killing the sacrifice animal during the evening sacrifice? And you know damn well Samuel was pissed off. He's like, man, the people looked at me. The people looked at me like I messed up. Because they could see Samuel was pissed off. So now it's an optical thing. Yeah. So now he has to sit back here and reassure the people that I have the spiritual answers. I'm still trustworthy in the spirit. Even though people can see that he's slipping. How do you not see that he's slipping? But so now he's got to redeem himself and do something super spiritual, do uber spiritual inside to show the people that he's still in the spirit. Because he didn't like the fact that the victory didn't come from him. That he didn't have the wisdom. He didn't have no answer. He was eating stinking pomegranates. He didn't know what the hell he was doing.
Scared.
He didn't know what to do. So now I got to sit back and make like I did know it all along. The Most High provided the victory, man. We sat back here. I can imagine how he said, the Most High, man, it was a great day today, man. The Most High provided the victory. We fasted. We fasted for the Most High. The Most High rewarded us for the victory. You notice how he's spinning that, or he's trying to spin the narrative.
Because he's looking bad.
I know he's looking.
Look, you just did something nobody else did. We elected
and everybody knows you were scared, and you was afraid, and you sat back here and did it out of haystack, because you was afraid to lose and look bad, and everybody sees it.
Yeah.
How many leaders want to accept that you made a boo-boo?
Or
because you want to save face half the damn time. That's another aspect. I want to save face. I want to look like I got the answers. So I got to sit back and
I was cool the whole time.
Counter, huh?
I was cool the whole time.
No, you weren't.
I was fasting. I was all in the spirit.
Flipping.
Y'all the ones that was working.
One verse I want to add on that is Isaiah 30:1.
Mm-hmm.
You can read that.
You're covering, right?
Yeah, bro. Because
that is covering that.
It is. Let me get that to you.
Isaiah 31.
Mm-hmm.
Isaiah chapter 30, verse 1. Woe to the rebellious children, saith the Lord, that take counsel, but not of me.
And that just shows you the nature of Saul. He was rebellious.
Okay.
For one, because he didn't take counsel by listening to Samuel, sacrifice the animals, and wait 7 days until Samuel show up to do the sacrifice.
Okay.
Read on.
And that cover with the cover.
And so when you don't follow counsel, you just start, when you're rebellious, you just start adding on other levels of protection that you come up with.
Yeah.
You create your own covenant.
Yeah.
You create your own ideal to say, this is how I'll take action into my own hands.
Mm-hmm.
That him revenging himself had nothing to do with his relationship with the Most High.
No, it was about optics.
It was about optics.
And trying to cover and make himself look like he's the authority still out.
Man.
Or he got the wisdom out.
That he got the wisdom, right? Read on.
They cover with the covering, but not of my spirit.
So it just shows you that even that next bonehead move that Saul made,
it's about to happen.
Yeah, it was still not about the Most High Spirit.
Okay.
If anything, what he could have done was repent for doing. He showed no repentance.
No.
There was no repentance in the fact that I made this mistake.
Nope.
So let me get right with the Most High, because my error probably got us in this situation. But instead of repenting his action, he made additional.
He doubled down. He doubled down.
Exactly. Read on.
That they may add sin to sin.
And that's all. Every chapter is just getting worse. Every verse, it's almost like he's doing more and more, adding sin on top of sin through his rebellion.
Bad choice.
Instead of just repenting and making right for my mistakes and my errors.
God.
And so it just shows you he didn't really have that heart. of trying to do right.
The Most High was never his foundation. Huh?
Right.
But let's keep going in Josephus.
Man.
Line 117. As he was desirous to avenge himself and to exact a due punishment of the Philistines,
Brother.
he denounced a curse upon the Hebrews. That
It was
if-
a curse. It's crazy. Matter of fact, let's read the asterisk down at the bottom. And it says he denounced a curse upon the Hebrews.
In the
This
footnotes.
rash,
In the footnotes.
Yes.
yeah, read it.
Mhm.
This rash vow or curse of Saul, which Josephus says was confirmed by the people and yet not executed, I suppose principally because Jonathan did not know of it, is very remarkable, it being of the essence of the obligation of all laws, that they be sufficiently known and promulgated.
What he's saying is a vow like this, you have to make sure everybody knows it. You can't sit back and just say rash statements like this without everybody knowing. And this was where it was a curse. What it's saying is you're setting up the people to fail by decreeing something that everybody isn't aware of. And this is remember when the Most High sat back here and gave us the laws when we was on Mount Sinai? The Most High made it to where everybody could hear the Most High's voice individually. That was how the Most High talked to us. Everybody was informed of the laws, what to do and what not to do.
And we still came back and said we agree.
And
we
they
confirmed it.
all confirmed and agreed that they heard the information.
Yeah.
This was a curse because Saul set everybody up for failure. He knew two people were not present. And you sit back here and establish this blanket scenario regardless. And you're setting you're setting your people up for failure by making bad decisions and bad politics. And this is why it was a curse. Read on.
Otherwise, the conduct of providence as to the sacredness of solemn oaths and vows, and the Most High's refusing to answer by Urim, till this breach of Saul's vow or curse was understood and set right, and the Most High propitiated by public prayer, is here very remarkable.
Okay, well, so it says, listen, your explanation has a lot more than mine.
Oh.
So no, you're good. It's just I have an older Josephus, but it says that they be sufficiently known and promulgated. Otherwise, the conduct of providence and the Most High's refusing to answer by the Urim to the breach of Saul's vow, a curse was understood and set right. So what it's saying is the Most High stopped answering the Urim and the Thummim of the priest until Saul made this right. And I guess that's going to be explained later on down the line. But that's crazy. Because the Most High understood you put the people in great dire straits because of this decision you made. So now he's like, I'm not going to even answer the priest until Saul gets this right. Until Saul fixes this bold decision. You can't just be throwing out vows to the entire nation without clearly making sure everybody knows what's what. So let's go. Was that out?
Yeah. I thought you were trying to say understood.
Well,
Yeah, you said.
Yeah. What's that?
I was going to say set Jonathan up who actually helped start the deliverance of this
Yeah,
whole thing.
but he says, and it's the whole nation, because now you're setting yourself up for the Most High to curse what you just did, because you couldn't follow it. It was impossible to follow it.
You know, Most High says he's not the author of confusion.
Yep.
And you can see how Saul's bringing in confusion.
Out of haste, and I'm trying to sit back here and look like I have the answers out. Now you know what it is. Now I'm just operating in this reactionary mode. I'm just reacting.
Yep.
Versus sitting back here doing things decently in order and letting the Most High work things out as they are. He's just reacting and going with the flow out. Anyway, let's go back up to where the asterisk was, where it says to denounce the curse.
Okay, come. He denounced the curse upon the Hebrews, that if anyone put a stop to his slaughter of the enemy, and fell on eating, and left off the slaughter or pursuit before the night came on, and obliged them to do so to do, he should be accursed. Now after Saul had denounced this curse, since they were now in a wood belonging to the tribe of Ephraim, which was thick and full of bees, Saul's son, who did not hear his father denounce that curse, nor hear of the approbation the multitude gave to it, broke off a piece of a honeycomb and ate part of it. But in the meantime, he was informed with what a curse his father had forbidden them to taste anything before sunsetting. So he left off eating, and said his father had not done well in this prohibition, because had they taken some food, they had pursued the enemy with greater vigor and alacrity, and had both taken and slain many more of their enemies.
Mm-hmm.
Paragraph 4.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Paragraph 4.
Paragraph 4. When, therefore, they had slain many 10,000s of the Philistines, they fell upon spoiling the camp of the Philistines. You want me to keep going?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Because I want to go a little bit longer.
Okay. They fell upon spoiling the camp of the Philistines, but not till late in the evening. They also took a great deal of prey and cattle.
Stop. Now, yeah. So now let's go. We'll get back to that. But see, let's go now into back in the scriptures.
1 Samuel chapter 14 and verse 31. And they smote the Philistines that day from Michmash to Ajalon.
So what the Josephus said is they kept fighting the Philistines late into the evening. So the crazy you would think technically the fast would stop at sundown, but they're in the middle of the battle, right? You gonna stop and eat snacks, right? You still gotta fight the Philistines, right? So they're fighting through the night. So these dudes are starving, right? They're starving. You fight them through night. Everybody's exhausted. You're fighting. You're killing. You're beat. And now you're here sitting back here. Now you're hungry.
Yeah, you got that foamy mouth.
Yeah, I did.
You got the dry spit on the side of the corners of your mouth.
Yeah, man.
It also shows that he didn't put himself in the shoes of his people.
Kinda.
He didn't put himself in the shoes of his men, and that's one of the main problems with the bad leadership.
Yeah.
You're not sensitive to their needs.
Yeah.
When you don't put yourself in the same shoes, you can make extreme, determinations and decisions and counsels because it doesn't hit home. It don't affect you. So it's okay to put these irrational levels and conditions of vows on people, but because you'll be okay.
Everything's gonna be okay.
Everything's gonna be okay. I'll be all right. So Saul has no problem. It just shows you, like you said, being disconnected as a leader. It's necessary then to involve yourself with the same strain, with the same responsibilities and the same duties that you have your subjects undergoing. Because now you could be intuitive, and this is why Christ was so great, because it says it behooved him that he be made like unto his brother. It said, which means it was necessary, fit, or proper that Christ be made like unto his brother to succor them, because who better to be able to answer for man than for Christ to know what it feels like to be in a man's shoes. That's why he was tempted upon all manner of a man.
Yeah.
That's why it said he didn't take on the nature of angels, because he would have been disconnected to the feelings and the situations and the discomforts and the temptations that we have to undergo every day. But that's what made Christ so special as a leader, because he could feel what we felt.
Yeah.
He wasn't disconnected with us.
And the whole time Christ kept his connection with the Father.
Yeah.
Unlike Saul, Saul was disconnected from the Most High. Then he disconnected from the people, because it's really about his own interests.
Yeah. So now it's very late in the night. It says they fell upon the spoil enemy of the Philistines, but not till late in the evening. So they sat back here and finally finished the battle. But it's late at night, midnight. You're hungry, you're starving. They take the spoil. Read verse 32.
And the people were very faint, verse 32. And the people flew upon the spoil and took sheep and oxen and
They're
cattle.
hungry. Nah!
It was because them sheep didn't have no chance.
They didn't have no chance.
Oh my goodness, read on.
and slew them on the ground. And the people did eat them with the blood.
So, listen, so obviously, I can't say for sure they're sitting back here and being straight like vampires act and like beasts from the field, but they killed them, and they didn't sit back here and wait till the animal was fully cooked.
That's pretty Esau.
They ain't eat it raw.
I don't know. That
raw.
They say eat it with the blood out.
Listen, but listen, and the people did eat them with the blood. That didn't say raw.
Oh, okay.
It didn't say raw. It just said they ate it with the blood. It wasn't. Well, that's what I said.
It wasn't well done.
It wasn't fully cooked.
Okay.
They sat back here and killed it, and they might have sat back and threw some fire on it. I said, get this shit, man.
That's a good enough.
Because you're not gonna. They gonna gut it a little bit, but they let it turn a little bit on the skewers a little bit out, and they cutting that. Man, it's taking too damn long.
It takes time to cook, guy. It takes time to cook.
It takes hours,
all day out.
No,
and fighting battles, and fighting wars, and stress.
Listen, they're not sitting back here and waiting all damn day long.
They ain't slow cooking.
They ain't slow cooking nothing. Listen,
They went the way of profane Esau.
Yeah.
Brother, they had to get it. They had to get it now.
It's probably burnt on the outside and still bloody in the middle.
Yeah, that's how it works.
You know how you try to cook fast. It's burnt on the outside, on the inside still pink.
That's exactly what it was. They rushed it. Hold that and read it in Josephus real quick. I'm sorry, sis. I'm sorry. What's that?
Question in regards to eating the blood. Does that mean the meat had like it was red inside? Because here it references Leviticus 3:17, and it says that we should not eat anything with blood. And sometimes I like us to eat like a steak with blood. So are we not supposed to? Do that?
No.
We're not supposed to eat any meat with blood.
Well.
You ever see you go to the restaurants like Ruth Chris, and it's all red, and you squeeze the meat down, it got a little red around the side.
Well,
That's a
Extra
no-no.
flavor. That's extra
So
flavor.
they eat like that?
Or worse.
Oh, okay, so that was a bad thing.
Yeah, having that little red in the middle, that's not good.
Yeah, we don't eat medium well. We eat well done. Like, or even sometimes you ask to make sure that it's cooked over. It's overcooked, because when they classify it medium well, that's still bloody. You know, so you got to tell them very well done. You know, or extra well done.
Because the problem is this, with that moisture, because there was a whole idea about having it like the different levels of cooking. The more flavor you have, quote unquote, the more you got that blood mixed in with that with the moisture.
And could there be like diseases in the blood?
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Well, it's not necessarily. It could be disease in the blood, but the reason the Most High did it is because the blood is His.
Okay.
The blood ain't ours.
It says no fat or blood.
Yeah.
He said the life is in the blood.
And the fat specifically was the insides, is what is being talked about. The insides, the entrails. That was the Most High. The entrails and the blood. Okay. So they didn't have the patience. You had a hand up?
I was just going to give you the verse for it, but never mind.
Yeah. They didn't have the patience to wait for the food to fully cook. So once again, bad policy, bad decisions. You put the people in position to sin. And this is something that leadership has to think about also. I have to think about if I make bad, hasty decisions. Now I'm putting the people that I'm responsible for in a position to sit back and sin. And am I going to sit back here and get mad at them for the fact that I made a bad decision that got people in a bad situation? That's bad policy too. Because now Saul's like, why y'all eating the meat red? Because you made a bogus decision. Is it the people's fault from getting weak, or you put them in a situation to get them weak? That's the issue, yes sir?
I was saying leadership, that's what I see as one of the most difficult things. You got to have so much foresight and see so far ahead with the decisions that you make.
That's why the scriptures say, muzzle not the ox that treadeth the corn. You know what I'm saying? Because you put that person in a real predicament to either want to steal, you know what I'm saying? Either steal from the pot.
Yeah.
Or, you know what I'm saying? Especially if you run in the business. You know, this one you're employee. This one you're employee. You don't give them no voucher. You expect them to be forthright, and they ain't bring no lunch, and you don't let them. You know, even at restaurants, they let their employees either get discounted food or they get one free meal.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because they know that if you work these people too long,
They got some sticky fingers.
man, that food gonna be. You gonna have a lot of inventory missing.
Live better.
Like, where's the steak in the freezer?
Yeah,
we missing steaks.
You missing French fries. You missing.
Live better.
Hey, listen,
We got money in freezer.
when I was young and I'm young too, I sit back and get cool with the cooks out, and they make me a little extra little steak here on the side and like that. But if they don't feed you, you're gonna do stuff like that.
You're gonna be in a bad position. You put them in a bad position, man.
God, bro.
Casino.
Yeah.
Is that
Horseshoe Casino. I was the bus boy. I was all in the fridge.
in Kazan Tab, huh?
I would stuff my apron, just steaks.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
We eating good tonight.
Yes, sir. A couple nights, sir.
Yeah. Keeping people starving like that.
Yes, sir,
Bad
bro.
decision making.
Okay, so let's keep reading. Read verse 33. We'll get back to it. I just want to finish this part up.
1 Samuel chapter 14 and verse 33. Then they told Saul, saying, Behold, the people sin against the Most High, in that they eat with the blood. And he said, Ye have transgressed. Roll a great stone unto me this day.
So Paul's saying Saul's saying y'all have transgressed. So did they transgress, or did you have a lot to do with their transgression?
Bad policy, dude.
Bad policy, bad decisions. And you know what? At least if you made the bad decision, can you say, man, that was my fault?
Oh man, slack your people.
So you know, my apology. He ain't doing it because of optics. Like, he wants to look like he got the answers. I gotta be the guy that has all the answers, regardless. No ownership. Hold that and go to Josephus real quick.
We're at page 161, paragraph 4, line 120. When therefore they had slain many 10,000s of the Philistines, they fell upon spoiling the camp of the Philistines, but not till late in the evening. They also took a great deal of prey and cattle, and killed them, and ate them with their blood. This was told to the king by the scribes, that the multitude were sinning against the Most High as they sacrificed, and were eating before the blood was well washed away, and the flesh was made clean. Then did Saul give order that a great stone should be rolled into the midst of them, and he made proclamation that they should kill their sacrifices upon it, and not feed upon the flesh with the blood, for that was not acceptable to the Most High.
That's an all-night council. That's all night. It's already in the middle of the night. You ate some blood. Now you made it an all-night council. Now you got to get the stone out, and everybody got to sacrifice an animal to make up for your mistake.
Y'all should have done that.
We see what happens when you make bad policy. You don't take care of business. That leads to all-night councils. There's always all-night councils.
Can't sleep. Can't get no sleep.
But all these councils and all this late night extreme stuff is because I didn't set it up right, and things are disorganized from the jump. So now I have to sit back here and inconvenience people that much longer to make up for structurally something I did wrong structurally. Happens all the time.
All he had to do is pay his dues to the Most High, and then the people would have been all right.
And then everybody gets some sleep that night after a job well done. But everybody's up all night. Listen, it was already the middle of the night. All these guys is eating. They're eating blood. So now after you find they're eating blood, now everybody's up. Okay, now we got to roll the stone. Everybody got to kill animals and sacrifice because of bad decision making from the head. Anyway, let's keep going.
And when all the people did as the king commanded them, Saul erected an altar there and offered burnt offerings upon it to the Most High. This was the first altar that Saul built.
I just don't understand how it's all about the Most High now, but it wasn't about the Most High when Samuel was telling them what to do. Anyway, let that go and go hit up in scriptures. 1 Samuel 14.
1 Samuel chapter 14 and verse 34. And Saul said, Disperse yourselves among the people, and say unto them, Bring me hither every man his ox, and every man his sheep, and slay them here, and eat, and sin not against the Most High in eating with the blood. And all the people brought every man his ox with him that night, and slew them there. And Saul built an altar unto the Most High. The same was the first altar that he built unto the Most High. And Saul said, Let us go down after the Philistines by night, and spoil them until the morning light, and let us not leave a man of them. And they said, Do whatsoever seemeth good unto thee. Then said the priest, Let us draw near hither unto the Most High.
So listen, it says, Saul said, let us go down after the Philistines by night and spoil them into the morning light, and let us not leave a man of them. And they said, Do whatsoever seemeth good unto thee. Then said the priest, Let us draw hither unto the Most High. Let's go real quick and go into paragraph 5 in the Josephus, because it's going to explain this.
Okay. Paragraph 5. So when Saul was desirous of leading his men to the enemy's camp before it was day, in order to plunder it, and when the soldiers were not unwilling to follow him, but indeed showed great readiness to do as he commanded them, the king called Ahitub, the high priest, and enjoined him to know of the Most High, whether he would grant them the favor and permission to go against the enemy's camp, in order to destroy those that were in it. And when the priest said that the Most High did not give any answer, Saul replied.
So now the Most High didn't. Now this explains what was talked about in that asterisk, because he made that cursed decree, because he didn't communicate to all the people. The Most High was not going to communicate to the priest through the Urim and the Thummim.
He has made it right.
Okay, you got to make it right before you sit back here and push forward. Okay, read on.
Saul replied, And not without some cause does the Most High refuse to answer what we inquire of him, while yet a little while ago he declared to us all that we desired beforehand, and even prevented us in his answer. To be sure, there is some sin against him that is concealed from us, which is the occasion of his silence. Now I swear by him myself, that though he have committed this sin, should prove to be my own son Jonathan, I will slay him.
Oh my God, see that?
Come on, bro.
You see how extreme that is?
You're extreme. You made a bad call. You didn't do it right.
You can't just say, I messed up, y'all.
Because he's like, even if it was Saul, even if it was Jonathan that did it, I'll kill him. Because I'm so much about the spirit. It's crazy, not realizing you put your son in a jacked up situation, or the men, because everybody wasn't told the situation. Read on, he didn't know it was Jonathan at the time. He's just talking big stuff, Sir, he didn't know yet. Read on.
I will slay him, and by that means will appease the anger of the Most High against us, and that in the very same manner as if I were to punish a stranger.
Now that's how you see how he don't get the Most High, because he left his training.
Yep.
Or didn't get trained. Well, he got trained, because
he got trained. He got taught by prophets.
It says Saul numbered among the prophets. Most High didn't do him dirty and not give him counsel, not give him wisdom, and then put him in a situation he couldn't handle. He won't give a man more than he can what?
Handle.
Most High does not put you in positions to fail. It's our rejection of our training that puts us in positions to fail. When we reject our training, it has implications. It has consequences. And now I'm left to my own unskillful thinking.
And the people suffer.
People are really suffering right now.
As I remember getting taught that if something's wrong, the first thing I do is analyze me. And come back and check, okay, let me
But if
you're
the younger man. I'm sorry, keep going. I'm sorry. But you're right. Everything is right.
Yeah, that was it.
Well, the problem is this. That mindset is 1,000% true. But can we stay humble enough to keep that mindset? No matter how much responsibility the Most High puts on you? That's the challenge. Saul understood that too. He just lost track of it. Continue.
Okay. In the very same manner as if I were to punish a stranger, and one not at all related to me, for the same offense. So when the multitude cried out to him so to do, he presently set all the rest on one side, and he and his son stood on the other side. And he sought to discover the offender by lot. Now the lot appeared to fall upon Jonathan himself. So when he was asked by his father what sin he had been guilty of and what he was conscious of in the course of his life that might be esteemed instances of guilt or profaneness, his answer was this: "O Father, I have done nothing more than that yesterday, without knowing of the curse and oath thou hadst denounced. While I was in pursuit of the enemy, I tasted of a honeycomb."
Read on.
But Saul sware that he would slay him.
It's crazy.
No, he swore.
He keeps putting his foot in his mouth. Golly, read on.
And prefer the observation of his oath before all the ties of birth and of nature. And Jonathan was not dismayed at this threatening of death, but offering himself to it generously and undauntedly, he said, "Nor do I desire you, Father, to spare me. Death will be to me very acceptable, when it proceed from thy piety, and after a glorious victory, for it is the greatest consolation to me."
He had a great mindset. Look at this.
Yeah.
Mind is beautiful.
Yep. Most people are like, hell no, I ain't doing that. That's your fault, Daddy. You didn't tell me.
But you know, but in Saul's mind, he said, "I'd rather kill you than you make me look bad."
That's the point. That's the point.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You ain't gonna make me look bad, son. I remember one time Jordan said this quote out. He said the statement, right? They were asking about his son. I said, "What about your other son?" He said, "My son will never be great as me." I said, "Damn, Jordan."
That's crazy,
I like this guy now. You know what I'm saying?
He was a dirtbag. He is a dirtbag.
They said, "Jordan, what about your son?" Because his son was getting of age. He was starting to look big and strong. I said, "What about your son? Is he going to be great as you?" He said, "My son will never be great as me." But he said it was passionate.
It's horrible.
And I'm like, damn.
And find out, everybody realized, everybody said Jordan was a bad guy. Even his kids, I did this dude's a bad guy. He was a bad guy.
He just smiles at the commercials, right?
He's drinking his Gatorade. I know back in the day.
Okay.
Well, let's go, man. Let's keep going. It's crazy.
"For it is the greatest consolation to me that I leave the Hebrews victorious over the Philistines." Hereupon all the people were very sorry.
Oh, people, that's the war hero, huh?
This is the guy who won the battle. Like, you got to kill the guy. You got to kill the war hero because you had bad policies out. Wow. It just shows you a very disordered and unorganized kingdom. That's what this is. This is a shit show. His wife will call it a shit show. It is. It's a shit show. Nothing's organized. Nothing's put together the right way, and now you just all this chaos that comes from behind it.
But you know what Samuel had told the people that would happen for having a king.
Yeah.
All these things are coming into action and fruition exactly like he told them. This is what you get when you wanted a king. This is the part of the. Now you understand why you never had one.
This is horrible. This is bad. This is bad leadership. Well, let's keep going.
Hereupon all the people were very sorry and greatly afflicted for Jonathan, and they swear that they would not overlook Jonathan and see him die, who was the author of their victory, by which means they snatched him out of the danger he was in from his father's curse, while they made their prayers to the Most High also for the young man, that he would remit his sins.
So they all prayed for him. Let that go back to the scriptures. That's crazy. He was going to sit back and do it. To save face.
To save his reputation.
To save his image. Instead of saying, "Man, that was my fault, Father, please forgive me." All you do is say, "Father, please forgive me for my decision. Forgive my lack of foresight."
Or ignorance.
Ignorance. No, but it wasn't ignorance because he was told that Jonathan was gone. He even made inquiry to the Most High about who's not here. Oh, the armor bearer and Jonathan.
Right.
He knew it.
Right.
Then he sat back here and made a decree. You're gonna die if you eat.
That's what I'm saying. Jonathan didn't know about the decree.
Oh, Jonathan. That's what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, he didn't know. He was ignorant on the fact that his father even put this out there.
But Saul knew.
Saul knew. He knew. And still was gonna do it.
And still was gonna do this just to save image. His face, Okay, let's keep going in the scriptures.
1 Samuel chapter 14 and verse 37.
Reactionary Hebrews.
1 Samuel chapter 14 and verse 37. And Saul asked counsel of the Most High, shall I go down after the Philistines? Wilt thou deliver them into the hand of Israel? But he answered him not that day. And Saul said, draw ye near hither all the chief of the people, and now and see whither this sin hath been this day. For as the Most High liveth, which saveth Israel, though it be in Jonathan my son, he shall surely die. But there was not a man among all the people that answered him. Then said he unto all Israel, be ye on one side, and I and Jonathan my son will be on the other side. And the people said unto Saul, do what seemeth good unto thee.
Wow. You know what that shows? When you got bad leadership, people just start going into robot mode. They just start going through the motions. Their heart is not in it. Their heart's not in it. They're not behind your policies. They're not embracing what you say, what you bring out.
They're just there so they don't get killed.
Yeah, they just say whatever you want to do, we'll do it. That's robot mode. That's the same thing that's the same thing that can happen in any household, friendship, relationship. When you got somebody that's just okay, whatever you say, you're the captain, you're the boss. Okay, we'll follow. Aye, salute. We got, whatever you want done, we'll do it. But they're doing it, but their heart, they're doing it to save face or to not get in trouble. But their mind is not there, man. The mind is disconnected. Yeah. And that's a bad. That has to be. Saul has to be able to see that the people are no longer with him and behind him. I don't know if he sees it or not. But I know that that's a bad thing when people just go in robot mode.
Saul's just double. He's something to learn. I just got to double down, and I'm gonna double down to the end.
At the expense of your son.
At the expense of your
double down.
He's about to die.
It just shows when a leader don't want to see himself.
Yeah.
Because at one point you have to say, Salakia, I made a mistake. Now you got to go through the process of going to all yours. Looking at the last 2 weeks. The last 2 weeks, what happened?
You've been making mistakes all.
It's been going. Before this mistake happened, what led to this mistake?
There's no reflection.
And you gotta go to talk to somebody. Somebody gonna like, we know what happened. You couldn't wait. So go back to that. And now I gotta admit that it's on me. It's really my fault. This whole scenario got out of control. Yeah. A lot of men don't want to accept that.
Yeah. Wow. Let's keep going.
Verse 41, therefore Saul said unto the Lord Yahweh of Israel, give a perfect lot. And Saul and Jonathan were taken, but the people escaped. And Saul said, cast lots between me and Jonathan my son. And Jonathan was taken. Then Saul said to Jonathan, tell me what thou hast done. And Jonathan told him and said, I did but taste a little honey with the end of the rod that was in my hand.
This guy's gonna die off a drop of honey. He didn't know nothing about it. It's crazy. Right? Read on. Right?
And
he get sacrificed like Isaac was gonna get sacrificed. Like this crap. Read on.
And lo, I must die. And Saul answered, the Most High do so, and more also, for thou shalt surely die, Jonathan.
You're gonna die. Wow. You right. It is your time. This is crazy. Right? Keep going. Right?
Verse 45. And the people said unto Saul, shall Jonathan die, who hath wrought this great salvation in Israel? Most High forbid.
And this is how you know the men around him, his counsel, they were scared to tell him he was wrong. He was off.
The only reason he changed is because the people were okay with it. If the people are okay with it, okay, cool. We won't kill him then. Because the people, it was about what the people wanted.
The people were happy. Yeah.
If the people said don't kill Jonathan, we won't kill Jonathan.
Yeah.
Keep going.
As the Most High liveth, there shall not one hair of his head fall to the ground. For he hath wrought with the Most High this day. So the people rescued Jonathan, that he died not.
Still died. Keep going.
Then Saul went up from following the Philistines, and the Philistines went to their own place.
Like it always happens. It's like the Philistines and these arch enemies out. They go to their dungeon out in their lair, and they think about how to get the Jews out, and they try to find another way to get the Jews. They keep trying different approaches. We're gonna take all their iron, and then when they're low, we're gonna break them. We're gonna take the ark. All these different ways, and they keep losing.
They never give up. They're never gonna give up though.
They're not giving up. They're constantly throwing their side out. So let's continue.
Verse 47. So Saul took the kingdom of Israel and fought against all his enemies on every side, against Moab and against the children of Ammon, and against Edom, against the kings of Zobah, and against the Philistines. And whithersoever he turned himself, he vexed them.
So don't forget, we got to understand the Most High gave the people what they wanted. The Most High gave the people a wartime killer. So Saul was a warrior. He wasn't spiritual. He was a warrior, and he was about placating the people. That's really what the people were asking for when they approached Saul with a king.
So it's kind of like that old saying, like you get what you pay for.
You get what you pay for. You're going to win some battles. But you know the crazy, you was winning battles with judges. That's what doesn't make sense. Anyway, you winning battles. That's what Saul was good for. Warrior time. Read on.
And he gathered a host and smote the Amalekites, and delivered Israel out of the hands of them that spoiled them. Now the sons of Saul were Jonathan, and Ishu, and Melchishua. And the names of his 2 daughters were these. The name of the first born Merab, and the name of the younger Michal. And the name of Saul's wife was Ahinoam, and the daughters of Ahimaaz, and the name of the captain of his host was Abner, and the son of Ner, Saul's uncle.
So Abner was the captain of the host. Read on.
And Kish was the father of Saul, and Ner, the father of Abner, was the son of Abiel. And there was sore war against the Philistines all the days of Saul.
This wars was not stopping. Read on.
And when Saul saw any strong man or any valiant man, he took him unto him.
He took him and put him in the army. Whenever he can find somebody that can fight, you're in the army. You're a full-time fighter. Okay, but once again, that's what the people wanted. They wanted a full-time army to protect the plains in the area. So now, we're going to do the next reader. Y'all out. No, I'm going to have my warlord to be dressed. He's going to come back and get him and bring him up. See, I have his clothes. All you have was work clothes.
Yawah, Shal Shabbatah, Banya Hawla, Banya Sha'al.
Yawah, Shal Shabbatah, Banya Hawla, Banya Sha'al. Amazim. Bro. Yahweh Shem Yashabakatah.
Yahweh Shem Yashabakathum.
Can we take the MF Doom mask off?
No.
It's MF Doom, man. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Okay, chapter 15. And this is where everything goes really bad, even worse, bro. Is at this point with Saul, man. So
1 Samuel,
yes, sir.
chapter 15, verse 1. Samuel also said unto Saul, The Most High sent me to anoint thee to be king over his people, over Israel. Now therefore, hearken thou unto the voice of the words of the Most High.
So Samuel is giving Saul specific orders of what he has to do now. Read on.
Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I remember that which Amalek did to Israel, how he laid wait for him in the way, when he came up from Egypt.
So the Most High has had beef with Amalek since right after we left Egypt. And they tried to sit back here and catch us slipping without any, because we didn't have any armor or nothing. We barely had swords from the weapons of the Egyptians. They got pushed up at the sand of the sea. So we're sitting back here pretty much defenseless. And Amalek tries to catch us slipping in the land of near Sinai. But the Most High sits back here and protected us. And we end up taking out the Amalekites. And that was the battle that Joshua showed that he had the what it took to actually lead down the line. He was valiant in war, and he was head and shoulders above everybody else in his ability. And that was when the Most High, when Moses kept Joshua on his hip. Point is that Most High has had an issue with Amalek since that time in Egypt.
I'm going to read it real quick.
Okay.
Deuteronomy 25 and 17. Remember what Amalek did unto thee by the way, when ye were come forth out of Egypt, how he met thee by the way, and smote the hindmost of thee, even all that were feeble behind thee, when thou wast faint and weary, and he feared not the Most High. Therefore it shall be, when the Lord thy power hath given thee rest from all thine enemies round about, in the land which the Lord thy power giveth thee for an inheritance to possess it, that thou shalt blot out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven, thou shalt not forget it.
So listen, that means that he says when you guys find rest in Canaan, the land that you was going to go to, we were supposed to blot out their existence. That was the order from Deuteronomy. It was 25
and 17.
Just that verse, or through 19. Mm-hmm. So the point is, we were supposed to wipe out Amalek completely and take them out like we were supposed to take out the Philistines. Take them all out, finish them off. Okay? Now read verse 3.
1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 3. Now go and smite Amalek, and utterly destroy all that they have, and spare them not, but slay both man and woman, infant and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass.
He says he didn't want anything, any remembrance of their people, all the children, all the women, all the men, even all their animals out. He wanted everything wiped out. It was no different than the order that was given, that Moses gave to take out Midian, that we didn't listen to. We never listened, but that's another story. Keep going.
Verse 4. And Saul gathered the people together and numbered them in Telaim, 200,000 footmen and 10,000 men of Judah. Mm-hmm. And Saul came to a city of Amalek and laid waste.
Wait, you see that? Wait, real quick. Even in verse 4, you still see you had 200,000 footmen and 10,000 men of Judah. There was always a separation line. You had the nation, then you had Judah. It's constantly like that. For some reason, that divide was heavy on it. It was a heavy divide between Judah and the rest of the tribes. There was a separation. Well, let's keep going.
And Saul came to the city of Amalek and laid wait in the valley. And Saul said unto the Kenites, Go, depart, get you down from among the Amalekites, lest I destroy you with them. For ye showed kindness to all the children of Israel when they came up out of Egypt. So the Kenites departed from among the Amalekites.
So what is also telling you is Saul understood history. He understood that the Kenites did the Israelites right, so they should be spared or given the option to be spared. So it can't be said that Saul didn't know nothing, that Saul didn't have any understanding. He understood damn well what the expectation was for the Most High. He understood the Kenites were supposed to be spared, and he understood the Amalekites were supposed to be wiped out completely. He understood it. Okay, read on.
Verse 7. And Saul smote the Amalekites from Havilah until thou comest to Shur.
Havilah to Shur is still dealing with the Saudi Arabian area. Okay, read on.
That is over against Egypt. And he took Agag, the king of all the Amalekites, alive, and utterly destroyed all the people with the edge of the sword.
So why did you take Agag alive if you took out everybody else but Agag? Continue.
Verse 9. But Saul and the people spared Agag. It says, and the best of the sheep, and of the oxen, and of the fatlings, and the lambs, and all that was good, and would not utterly destroy them, but everything that was vile and refused.
It was still about the carnal. If it didn't look good, it died. If it was something that I can use to my advantage, I'm going to keep it. It just doesn't make any sense. He understood. He said, Kenites, get out of here because I'm about to kill everybody out here. And you don't. And you still don't do it. Read on.
That they destroyed utterly. Then came the word of the Most High unto Samuel, saying, It repenteth me that I have set up Saul to be king.
He's like, man, milk was a bad choice. I sat back here. I shouldn't have put Saul in this position. This guy don't have it at. Well, you know what the crazy thing is? A lot of times, you don't know a person don't have it until you give it to them.
Until it's too late.
Exactly.
You don't know. Listen, a person can sit back here and be one way around leadership or around your tutors and teachers, and then when you're given space to expand to your thing, you act like a damn crazy. You got a damn crazy person.
Whole different government.
Is that?
Well, like you said, he knew it was all just willful choice. I mean, it just
he knew. Yeah. He just wanted to do it his damn way, and he just couldn't take an order. He can dish out orders, but he couldn't follow. He lost the ability to follow, and it didn't take long. You got to think about this. It took him 2 years before he started spiritually eroding. That's not a long time. 2 years? And you're breaking down mentally? So Mosai told Samuel, man, listen, this is a bad decision. It repented me to make this guy king. Why did I, you know what? I made a mistake. Read on.
It says, for he is turned back from following me, and hath not performed my commandments. And it grieved Samuel, and he cried unto the Most High all night.
And Samuel felt bad. This, you know what's crazy? This is what people don't understand about proper judges. Listen, a lot of times, as you read on, you're going to see that people were always afraid of Samuel. And they would ask Samuel, when he came down to different cities, did you come here for peace or for war? Everybody was afraid of Samuel whenever he came around. Why were they afraid of Samuel? Because he stood up for what was right, regardless of how he felt. But what did it show? What do you read about Samuel's character? Even though he was feared because he stood up for what was right, he still loved Saul. He still had a heart act.
But he still did what was right.
But that's the point. But that's what people can't understand. Saul loved Samuel loved Saul, and he felt bad that the Most High said, "I'm done with him." He felt bad for him. But the thing is this: he cried, he got it out, and then the next day he had to sit back here and deal with judgment. This is what people don't understand about the position of a judge. You have to remove your sentiment and emotion has to go over here for the sake of what? What's right. It doesn't make you a robot. It doesn't make you cruel. It doesn't make you cold. What it does, it makes you understand that, yes, I have feelings. I want the best for each and every one of you, but right is right and wrong is wrong. And can I man up and stand up for what's right despite how I feel, despite my sentiment for you, despite the fact that I'm really rooting for you. I can root for you and still tell you the truth at the same time. And those two sentiments can't be crossed. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Because what this is saying is that Samuel felt bad and cried all night. But you think you have the sniffles when he has to deal with Saul to his face?
Nope.
No, he's not.
It's programmed.
Now it's about the program, and I have to defend the program. I have to defend the Most High's word now. And that's the point. Righteousness has to be over sentiment and feeling and relationships. He treated him like a son. Now those days are over. And I have to get past those feelings, stand up, and tell him the Most High is done with him. But that is the burden of what? Leadership. Okay.
Samuel, continue.
Yes, 15 and what?
Samuel chapter 15 and verse 12. It says, and when Samuel rose early to meet Saul in the morning.
Matter of fact, let's go into Josephus real quick, because now we're going to phase into a second part. Paragraph 1, sir. It's chapter 7.
Page 161.
Page 161, chapter 7, paragraph 1, line 131. Now Samuel came unto Saul and said to him that he was sent by the Most High to put him in mind that the Most High had preferred him before all others and ordained him king, that he therefore ought to be obedient to him.
So once again, the Most High, before he lays the hammer on somebody, he's given Saul a couple chances out. Even the first time that he sat back and burned, killed the animal on the altar, he just said, the verdict for that is that your sons aren't going to take over the kingdom. The kingdom stops with you. That was the first verdict. But now he's here, he's like, you're still the king. The Most High chose you to be the king. I need you to follow and do the assignments I want you to do. Read on.
And to submit to his authority, as considering that though he had the dominion over the other tribes, yet that the Most High had the dominion over him and over all things. that accordingly,
but you're talking about being fair. You have, you know what it means to exercise authority, and I'm the Most High. I have to exercise my authority over you.
God.
That's fair, bro.
But the challenge is when you're at that position, can you stay humble? Can you allow the Most High, or to be specific, the circumstances of the body keep you humble? Since none of us are talking to the Most High directly, we have to make sure that the needs of the body keep us humble and connected. And can we stay under the needs? Can the head be under and subject to what the body needs? And what the body needs is how the leadership has to stay humble and serve. And can we be subject like the people that are under us be subject to order? Can we all be subject to each other? And this is what the dynamic the Most High is saying. Yes, sir.
Could it be looked at as serving the body is serving the Most High? It's all in one circle.
Because you can only go as far as what the body needs you, and you can only go as how developed the body is. So I have to serve the body until they're strong enough to keep pushing forward. So I can only go as far as the body takes me. So we're all tethered together.
Right. And that's what makes that, we didn't really read it in the Josephus, but in the footnotes it says, when Saul erected that altar, it says, here we have still more indications of Saul's affection of despotic power. And that despotic power, one definition is tyrannical. And it's tyrannical because it says unlimited or unrestrained by constitution, laws, or men. So he has a despotic authority of power, meaning I don't care what the Most High says, I'm in charge, so whatever I say goes. And that's what makes a leader a tyrant, because they're disconnected from recognizing that they also have to answer to a higher power.
So you're saying making the altar was still an unauthorized move?
It was still another example of an unauthorized move. When he built an altar, erected an altar.
That's like conforming things to what you want. So I'll follow it when it's convenient to me, but when it's not, then I'm going to go do my own thing just to get my agenda done.
Got it. Because it's still about people seeing me as the spiritual guy. That was the only time he made the altar. You guys see me making this altar? Right. I'm making an altar, y'all.
Spiritual.
Listen, get the rock out.
Roll the
stone. Roll the stone. Yeah. Sacrifice the animals. You see me making this altar because you know what? I have to keep everybody together because Israel went astray with eating the animals. It's a show out. It's all show out.
It's like Trump in front of that church was holding up the Bible.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Kinda. Yeah, I like the Bible. I read it sometimes. No, you didn't, G. Yeah, exactly.
It was a photo shoot?
Yeah. Cut and put that shit down. Come up behind him. But let's keep going.
There's one more point.
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Luke chapter 8, verse read verse 14.
Luke chapter 8, verse 14.
Whenever you're ready.
Read that.
So Luke chapter 8, verse 14. It says, and that which fell among thorns are they, which...
He said, now we know the parable of the sower is that not all of the wisdom that the Most High has to offer, not all the knowledge and understanding falls in the right place. And he's going to demonstrate what happens if the word of the Most High don't fall into you correctly. He said, read verse 14 again.
Yes. Luke chapter 8, verse 14. And that which fell among thorns are they, which, when they have heard, go forth and choke the cares and riches,
and are choked
with cares and riches and pleasures of this life.
So it just shows you that Saul was put in a position to be the leader for the people, but the Spirit of the Most High didn't, and what his position really entailed, and what his responsibility really entailed, it didn't penetrate his mind enough. It didn't penetrate the fact that I'm under orders, that I'm under control, that I have to take orders from the Most High. I have a spiritual guide, which is Samuel, that I got to follow and I got to put myself under the submission to. Right. That doesn't matter to me. He says, so that word didn't penetrate, neither did the responsibility penetrate in his mind enough to keep him grounded. But he said, a spirit like that is a spirit that falls among thorns, but it says, it falls among thorns, and what happens? It is choked by what?
are choked with cares and riches and pleasures of this life.
So that fear of the Lord that Saul should have maintained was choked out of him by what? By, read it one more time.
It says, are choked with cares.
With cares, so he cared about the people, what they thought about him, their decision making.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And riches.
So he kept the sheep, the good sheep. He didn't kill the bad ones. He kept the good oxen. You know what I'm saying? And then he kept his relationship with the king of Agag. Go ahead.
And pleasures of this life.
Because it was about pleasures, it was about relationships, it was about power, it was about status, and it was about me keeping the goods. Go ahead.
And bring no fruit to perfection.
And that's what happens if I don't maintain my fear of the Lord, no matter what position I'm in. It says, I bring no fruit to what?
Perfection.
I bring no fruit to perfection. But read on.
Verse 15. It says, but that on the good ground are they, which in an honest and good heart.
It says they maintain a what?
Honest and good heart.
They retain their fear of the Most High, and they're honest about themselves. They're honest about their flaws. They're honest about their mistakes. They're honest about their shortcomings. They're honest about what they're not good at. They don't make people suffer because of their bonehead decisions. It says, but are honest in what?
It says, in an honest and good heart.
Read on.
Having heard the word.
Having heard the word. Go ahead.
Keep it and bring forth fruit with patience.
And they bring forth fruit with what?
Patience.
It shows you that Saul didn't have any what?
Patience.
That's why he couldn't bring forth good fruit. No fruit could come to perfection. This man didn't have an honest assessment of himself. Even when people suffered, he still would allow his own son to suffer. He had no patience. He wasn't honest. And so it just shows you that the fear of the Most High will either determine how long you stay in order and what you're able to produce and yield, versus how you disconnect from the Most High, choked out by status, by wealth, conveniences, affiliations, friendships, or benefits, and how you can disconnect from the Father, and the Most High will look at you and say, you know what, you could have been here, but instead, I got to put you in this category. And that's what we're reading about that's happening to Saul, is the same thing that Christ spoke about in that parable of the sower. We're reading the same exact thing. He's not able to yield any good thing, because what's wrong with him? He's losing his disconnection with the Father. He's losing his fear of the Most High. And that fear is no longer in him. So we make bad decisions. I just wanted to add that.
I agree. So, where are we at?
We're in 1 Samuel chapter 15 and verse 12.
Did we finish the Josephus yet?
We're in line 132. I don't know if you want to go.
Let's keep going. Well, yeah, let's go there. I want to see where we're at. And maybe we can finish the first paragraph and see what happens.
Chapter 7, paragraph 1, line 132. That accordingly the Most High said to him, that because the Amalekites did the Hebrews a great deal of mischief while they were in the wilderness, and when, upon their coming out of Egypt, they were making their way to their country, which is now their own, I enjoin thee to punish the Amalekites by making war upon them, and when thou hast subdued them, to leave none of them alive, but to pursue them through every age, and to slay them, beginning with the women and the infants, and to require this as a punishment to be afflicted upon them for the mischief they did to our forefathers, to spare nothing, neither asses, nor the beasts, nor other beasts, nor to reserve any of them for your own advantage and possession, but to devote them universally to the Most High.
So listen, it was already says, take nothing for your advantage. He's making it clear. Read on.
And possession, nor to reserve any of them for your own advantage and possession, but to devote them universally to the Most High, and in obedience to the commands of Moses, to blot out the name of Amalek entirely.
Read the second paragraph at the beginning.
Line 134. So Saul promised to do what he was commanded.
He promised him, he promised to do everything he was told to do. Bro, read on that.
And supposing that his obedience to the Most High would be shown, not only in making war against the Amalekites, but more fully in the readiness and quickness of his proceedings. He made no delay, but immediately gathered together all his forces. And when he had numbered them in Gilgal, he found them to be about 400,000 of the Israelites, besides the tribe of Judah, for that tribe contained by itself 30,000.
But it's crazy. You could tell he had that allegiance with the 9.5 tribes way more than he had with Judah. The numbers just didn't match up. 400,000 and 30,000 Judites. But let's keep going.
Line 135. Accordingly, Saul made an irruption into the country of the Amalekites, and set many men in several parties in ambush at the river, that so he might not only do them a mischief by open fighting, but might fall upon them unexpectedly in the ways, and might thereby compass them round about and kill them. And when he had joined battle with the enemy, he beat them, and pursuing them as they fled, he destroyed them all. And when that undertaking had succeeded, according as the Most High had foretold, he set upon the cities of the Amalekites. He besieged them and took them by force, partly by warlike machines, partly by mines dug underground, and partly by building walls on the outsides. Some they starved out with famine, and some they gained by other methods. And after all he betook himself to slay the women and the children, and thought he did not act therein either barbarously or inhumanely.
Because he did what he was told. Read on.
First, because they were enemies whom he thus treated, and in the next place, because it was done by the command of the Most High, whom it was dangerous not to obey.
He understood this.
It's dangerous not to obey the Most High.
That's crazy. It's dangerous not to obey the Most High. Read on.
Line 137. He also took Agag, the enemy's king, captive, the beauty and tallness of whose body he admired so much.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God. What's going on here?
Man, that's not good. Read on.
Wow.
That he thought him worthy of preservation.
Because he was so put together.
It's a good looking man.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
Like Constitution.
So what do you even keep him around for?
He's like an Edomite fitness model. He's like this, like, you're gonna kill me, are you?
Like this. But my point is this: what do you have him there for? If he's so beautiful and put together, what do you want him there for?
Look at him.
You know why? Because man cleaveth to his like.
Yeah. Because he's tall.
Because he's tall.
He's
and
put
he,
together.
And he's put together. So man cleaved to his like. Yeah. So killing the king of Agag would be like killing himself.
Hey. Let me keep you around because I like I like me. You know
exactly. Because no man hated his own flesh.
That's crazy.
That guy, he looked like me, but it's a mirror image of me.
Right.
Why would I hate him?
Well, they got doppelgangers.
Yeah. You know, but it shows you also that if something is based upon our perception, if something is attractive based upon our perception, even if it's in this sense, we don't have enemies in this sense that the Most High has given us power to fight and kill and destroy. But in our day and age, there are spirits that the Most High, and there's affections that we have with the past. Yep. And there are certain things that we find attractive about these affiliations, about these things, these familiar spirits, and these connections and relationships that we have that we don't want to let go. Whether it be my affections with the internet, with social media, whether it's my affection with Facebook, or my affection with certain people, or certain places, or certain things. There's always something about us that we don't want to let go because we have an affection for it.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And sometimes it's my habits. Sometimes it's the things that are not necessarily against the law, but that I still like because these are the things that I like. Because you got things that you like, but there are certain things that I like. But all things are lawful, but not expedient. There are certain things that you just got to put away for the sake of putting it away. Even if it's your style of food or your eating habits or the music you listen to or the TV you watch. There are certain things about you that you got to put away for the sake of that it's a distraction and it really doesn't do anything beneficial to you spiritually. We still have those things that we don't want to let go of, so to speak, that we find attractive, that we find beautiful, just like Saul, didn't want to kill the king of Agag. Because he found in his own perception, I like this guy. I like the way this guy looks. Or I like this type of music. Or I like these TV shows. Or I like this type of food. Or there's things that I like that I don't want to let go of.
And why should I have to give up the things I like?
Exactly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Still the same things, in the same sense.
So let's go, and he took Agag.
He also took Agag, the enemy's king, captive, the beauty and tallness of whose body he admired so much that he thought him worthy of preservation.
He's a cool guy.
Ha!
Cool guy.
I was going to say,
This guy's cool.
brought up Trump, because I was going to bring him up earlier, but I didn't. That's like Trump and Kim Jong-un, the leader of Korea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like they have that affiliation. They call love letters that they were sending each other.
Yeah.
To who?
Trump to Kim Jong-un. There's some letters that they wrote to each other. They call them love letters.
Crazy, yeah.
They're both alpha males, quote unquote. They both appreciate.
I thought you were saying something. Okay.
Oh no.
It's cool. I was waiting. I was like, what is he gonna say about this alpha male scenario? What's going on here?
No, it's just Trump is a boss. King Jong-un is a boss. They're gonna fight each other. Like, you know what? We have so much in common. Right. We should be boys. That's like you said earlier. It's this. We're too alike not to be on the same team.
Got it. Let's keep going.
Same thing that Herod had with Pilate. They were enemies until they both hated Christ. You know what I'm saying? That one instance where Pilate and Herod both founded Christ as being an object to be despised. That actually became a friendship and a bond between them, was for the fact that they both hated Christ. They both despised Christ, and that made them friends. You know what I'm saying?
And they were straight enemies.
They were straight enemies at this point. You know what I'm saying? Until that time.
Got it.
You know what I'm saying? But go ahead.
That he thought him worthy of preservation. Yet was not this done, however, according to the will of the Most High, but by giving way to human passions, and suffering himself to be moved with an unseasonable commiseration, in a point where it was not safe for him to indulge it.
This was not the time to consider what you wanted.
Yep.
This was not the time to interject yourself in the equation.
Can I pull switch real quick? Galatians 5:24.
Galatians chapter 5, verse 24. And they that are Christ have crucified the flesh with the affection and lust.
So once again, it still goes in a position of leadership. I have to tap into the spirit of Yahushua. I got to tap into the spirit of Christ. And I have to even attack my affections if my affections aren't beneficial to my people. The part of being a leader is always questioning your affections, always questioning your desires.
Your intentions.
That's always the game to stay in that position. If I take leadership and I don't check my affections, I don't check my passions and my desires, I'm likely to become indulgent and make bad decisions, just like Saul did. Saul had opportunity through Samuel and through the priest to keep restraint over himself. But by creating a distance and isolating himself from the priesthood, he did it for a reason. Why? Because now I can feed my affections. Now I can go ahead and not check myself. I can be unchecked. And now I see another man that's the same way as him. He's a physical being. I'm a physical being. He's external. I'm external. You know, you would think he would have that same affection with the priesthood, because the priesthood had nothing but his will, his benefit at their mind. If the king does well and the nation does well, everybody does well. So long term, the priesthood would have benefited Saul in the long term. But they disagreed with his fleshly choices. They disagreed with his affections. They couldn't really bond on a conversational level. You can carry a conversation with somebody who has the same beliefs and feelings and vibrations as you. It's easy to talk to them. But with the priesthood, it's about the most high, discipline. Lose this, sacrifice that. You don't want to hear that, bro. Let me look for a friend that matches me. This is when Israelites go find friends in the world. I'm in the truth, but I'm going to talk to my cousin, talk to my auntie. I'm going to keep worldly connections because I'm not really comfortable with all the restraints I have in the program or in the truth. That's the danger behind this mindset that Saul was dealing with.
So we broke at it. We did.
Yeah.
Let's keep going.
And suffering himself to be moved with an unseasonable commiseration, in a point where it was not safe for him to indulge it. Line 138. For the Most High hated the nation of the Amalekites to such a degree that he commanded Saul to have no pity on even those infants, which we by nature chiefly compassionate. But Saul preserved their king and governor from the miseries which the Hebrews brought on the people, as if he preferred the fine appearance of the enemy to the memory of what the Most High had sent him about. The multitude were also guilty, together with Saul, but they spared the herds and the flocks, and took them for a prey when the Most High had commanded they should not spare them.
Because they were being shallow.
And as the heads are, so are the officers.
Exactly.
Read on.
They can kill the babies with no problem.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. That's crazy. I kill the babies, but the stuff of value that I need,
that
I'm
like,
gonna keep.
Yeah, that I'm attracted to.
Everybody was taking spoils. Read on.
You have any questions, sir?
I'm sorry.
Is it easy to say that Saul was becoming like God, but a little like little G, little God, and then everything that he surrounded or wanted for himself became like his gods, like he wasn't putting Most High first, those other things, and he made himself like an idol unto his people.
You
right?
can say that.
And
He
can
was
do that
into
too in our
himself,
lives.
and he was intoxicated into his power.
And I can do that in my life. You
God.
know?
Well, I'm gonna say this. What we like to do is we fight for control. We fight for control more than submitting to the will of the Heavenly Father. So that's how we fall apart.
Or a parent that says, well, you know, my kids just got to see me the way I am, and they got to love me the way I am. So if they see me smoking cigarettes, then that's their problem. I don't have to put myself under any subjection or any submission, you know, for the sake of retaining who I am and what I like. It's not about what's good for the people. It's about me not letting go of what I possess. I don't want to lose for the sake of anybody because of my preferences, my pleasures. You know, but if you're a good parent, then you'll put yourself under restraints for the sake of what benefits the people. Saul don't care what benefits the people. He's into what benefits himself. It's not so much about staying in order with the Most High or his leaders or his elders. It's about what benefits him. It's just self-absorbed.
Okay. So let's keep going.
Line 139. The multitude were also guilty together with Saul, for they spared the herds and the flocks, and took them for a prey when the Most High had commanded that they should not spare them. They also carried off with them the rest of their wealth and riches. But if there were anything that was not worthy of regard, that they destroyed.
Just give half my spirit.
It just shows you that the people are going to lock into the same spirit that the leaders have.
Okay.
If it's about wealth, riches, then that's going to be the spirit that the people follow.
What you gonna say?
Isaiah 9:16.
People do err.
Yeah.
For the leaders of this people cause them to err, and they that are led of them are destroyed.
Okay. By the action of the leadership. There's no doubt. God. So let's keep going.
Paragraph 3. But when Saul had conquered all these Amalekites that reached from Pelusium of Egypt to the Red Sea, he laid waste all the rest of the enemy's country. But for the nation of the Shechemites, he did not touch them, although they dwelt in the very middle of the country of Midian. For before the battle, Saul had sent to them and charged them to depart thence, lest they should be partakers of the miseries of the Amalekites. For he had a just occasion for saving them, since they were of the kindred of Regul, Moses' father-in-law.
What's crazy is that's all true, but it just shows that Israel likes to pick and choose the orders they want to follow. We want to pick and choose the obedience. I'm okay with obeying with not taking out the Midianites or the Kenites. I'm okay with taking out the babies, but I want these animals. I'm going to save the king. If the Most High doesn't get complete obedience, you're never going to get maximum return in your relationship with the Heavenly Father. You understand that point? Where we are now, if we're not willing to sit back here and give the Most High everything, the good, the bad, the things we want to keep, the things we don't want to keep, you're not going to see the power of the Most High in your life. But let's keep going.
Paragraph 4.
Now, let's hold on. Let's go now. Hold on. Yeah, let's go back in the scriptures.
1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 12.
I'm ready.
And when Samuel rose early to meet Saul in the morning, it was told to Samuel, saying, Saul came to Carmel, and behold, he set him up a place, and is gone about, and passed on, and gone down to Gilgal. And Samuel came to Saul, and Saul said unto him, Blessed be thou of the Most High. I have performed the commandment of the Most High. And Samuel said, What needeth then this bleating of the sheep in my ears?
Wow.
And the lowing of the oxen which I hear.
Why do I hear that? Why do I hear this moo? Why do I hear all these animals around here?
You did it again, huh?
Like, why do I hear these animals if you did what you were told? Huh? What are you doing? This is crazy. Well, what happened was, read on that.
And Saul said, They have brought
It was them. It was them. There was no me checking these guys saying kill everything. They did it. It wasn't me.
Pronouns.
I didn't do it.
Pronouns.
Yeah, it's crazy. Read on.
And Saul said, They have brought them from the Amalekites.
Well, what's crazy is why don't you use your power and influence being the king? You're okay with taking men to go to war and changing families and livelihoods, but you can't use that power to sit back and say, no, kill those animals, kill it all. That was the Lord's orders.
If I may, he was about to kill Jonathan, right?
Yeah.
This dude, so if you're about to kill Jonathan, why don't you have that same zeal when we're over here dealing with this situation, when you just got an order from the Most High?
You know why? Because when the people said don't kill Saul, he said what? He won't kill Saul. When the people wanted these animals, he's like, you know what? Let them eat cake. Let them do it.
Jonathan. He said Saul.
Salaki. So when the people wanted Jonathan saved, Saul said, fine. If the people say, oh, you want these oxen, take them. Was it about right and wrong, or was it about pleasing people? It was just about making everybody happy.
And that's the part of the kingship. The part of the kingship is that you're at the whim of the people.
Because it's a give and take. Either it's going to be about righteousness, and people are going to hate you, or it's about politics. And I got to give and take. It's a push and pull.
I got to keep a nice approval rating over here.
I got to keep the approval rating. So let's make this a win for everybody. So let's not make this war a waste of everybody's time.
It's just politics.
This is politics, 101. This is pure politics.
Yeah.
You know what? Everybody goes home, they're smiling. Everybody's smiling. Approval ratings up. The 400,000 Jews are happy. They got something out of the deal. They got some jewelry. No, they didn't get jewelry. They got some animals. And, so it wasn't a complete waste of time.
It's like a campaign run.
And can you see this too?
Yeah.
You gotta think about
Iowa. We're in Iowa today. You know what I mean?
You got to think about this also.
You always start in Iowa when you're doing those presidential debates.
Breadbasket.
Right? Yeah, that's it. Indiana,
that's
Iowa.
America.
Yeah.
The farmers are at.
Exactly. We got to talk.
America start from farming. But what people do is, you're gonna see that Israel originally they wanted a king like the nations. They just wanted a king. They wanted a king like the nations.
Yeah.
So this authority figure is doing what the nations are doing. That's gonna keep him popular. He's not really rolling like the Most High wants him to roll.
At all.
He's rolling like the other kings roll. And that's the problem. And I see if I'm in a position of authority and I want to do what other nations are doing to maintain leverage and power, I'm doing the same stuff. It's Saul.
Let me give the people a little win.
Yeah.
So let's keep going.
1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 15.
That was a stimulus package. They got stimulus that day.
They got stimulus.
All them sheep. I mean, sheep and ox was money.
Yeah.
Stimmies.
We got some stimmies.
I got stimulus for y'all. We gonna be good. I'm gonna be popular for another good year.
Yes, everything's gonna be okay. We're winning. We're all winning battles. Everybody's getting money. Because war always brought money. Spoils, man.
You don't fight a war. You don't fight a battle and not get money from it just to please the Most High. That's not fun.
People don't like that. Huh?
They not the deal.
That's the deal. People don't like that.
Because the people weren't doing it for free. Saul wasn't doing it for free.
That's the point.
Was nobody serving
it was the economy,
for the Most High, bro. It was people's personal agendas mixed with their position.
So how can I please the Most High and still get paid? How can I say that please the Most High and still get paid?
This is like the first political agenda.
The first. This is a bunch of. I what you would say, but this is an example of political agenda. Hell yeah, it's all politics, huh?
We win. People win.
Kind of. He's like, see, everybody's happy. Well, he was proud when Samuel came and said, you know what? Everybody's happy. I killed the people. The babies are dead. The people got animals. Everybody's, and I have my trophy, my white guy, I get his robes out. Now he's on my team now.
Yeah.
Everybody's winning.
You're doing calisthenics. You're showing how to get those stretches in the right way. That's how you get that little cut.
Really
That's how you do it. So
you know, the nations do. They do exercises.
Yeah.
That's really funny. So let's go.
1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 15. And Saul said, they have brought them from the Amalekites, for the people spared the best of the sheep and of the oxen to sacrifice unto the Most High.
Yeah, right.
So you know, it may be. I'd rather sacrifice something else than sacrifice my personal property.
It's a free sacrifice.
Yeah.
Exactly. I don't lose. That means I don't have to sacrifice what I got in my crib.
Exactly. I sacrifice.
It's still a win.
I technically gave the Most High sheep and goats. I technically gave him what he wanted.
It's crazy.
But really, I saved my own sheep because the people are about their finances.
Ton. It's about money. Anyway, let's keep going.
The sacrifice unto the Most High thy power, and the rest we have utterly destroyed.
So we keep the best to give to the Most High. It's still the intention behind it. You're still not following orders, even if you have good intentions for it. That wasn't following orders and instructions. You know.
Verse 16. Then Samuel said unto Saul, stay, and I will tell thee what the Most High hath said to me this night. And he said unto him, say on.
I want to hear what the Most High got. What's the good news?
Can't nothing be wrong.
What's the good news? Word, man. He's completely short-sighted. He obviously has nobody spiritually checking him and keeping him tethered to reality. He doesn't. Read on.
And Samuel said, when thou wast little in thine own sight.
Remember when you were sitting back here afraid to even be anointed? Remember when you was hiding from the coronation festival? Read on.
Wast thou not made the head of the tribes of Israel?
He brought you from nothing, Saul. Read on.
And the Most High anointed thee king over Israel? And the Most High sent thee on a journey and said, go and utterly destroy the sinners, the Amalekites, and fight against them until they be consumed. Wherefore then didst thou not obey the voice of the Most High, but didst fly upon the spoil, and didst evil in the sight of the Most High? And Saul said unto Samuel.
Hold on, right there. He said, and didst evil in the sight of the Lord, right?
Okay.
And that's, go to Psalms 119 and read verse 10.
Psalms 119. Unless you got it. Okay.
10 and 11.
Psalms chapter 119, verse 10.
Yeah, read that.
It says, with my whole heart.
This is why David said he serves the Most High with what?
With my whole heart.
That's why. So if you're gonna serve the Most High, you gotta serve the Most High with what?
With my whole heart.
You gotta serve the Most High with your whole heart. So whether you're winning, whether you're losing, whether you're getting victories out of it, or you're getting defeats or catching L's, you still gotta serve the Most High, regardless of the position or inconveniences that it may incur. Or if there's no benefits to you, it doesn't matter. You still got to serve the Most High with your whole heart. Read on.
Have I sought thee?
Go ahead.
Oh, let me not wander from thy commandments.
And that's why David is showing that he's not going to veer away from the Most High's commandments. Read on.
Thy word have I hid in mine heart.
And that's the only way that you can keep serving the Most High with your whole heart, is you got to keep more of the Most High's words in your mind than your own. There's got to be a large portion of what's right and what the Most High wants from you to do and execute than you listening to yourself. Because you always have to suppress your desires. You always have to suppress your wants and your lust. You always got to keep your lust in check. But if you don't have enough of the words of the Most High in your mind to do that, you're eventually going to do what? Read on.
That I might not sin against thee.
And that's what keeps you from sinning. So it just shows you that what keeps Saul in trouble is that his own personal pleasures is getting in the way of the commandments that the Most High keeps giving him. His own personal pleasures, his own lust, his own appetite is screwing up the relationship with the Most High has with the people, and because he's inserting himself in causing an impediment or a stumbling block for the people. His lust is a stumbling block to the people. So read that again in 1 Samuel.
1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 19. Wherefore then didst thou not obey the voice of the Lord, but didst fly upon the spoil, and didst evil in the sight of the Lord?
Because he had nothing to keep him tethered. Nothing to keep him grounded.
Read on.
And Saul said unto Samuel, Yea, I have obeyed the voice of the Lord.
He's still not listening. He's like, yeah, I did. I did do what I was told. I did go out there and kill him.
I did it.
I killed him.
I did.
I killed him.
I did.
I killed him. What are you talking about? I did do it. What are you talking about? That shows you how, listen, but listen, how many of our people have delusions? How many people have our own little fantasy about the fact we did everything we can?
Yep.
I don't understand why the Most High is not blessing me. Everybody can say that. I'm busting my tail, the Most High ain't honoring me. How come the Most High ain't listening?
Yep.
Well, maybe it's because you're not doing everything. Yes, I did. I did. I did that. I came to class. I did this. I sacrificed this.
Or what we'll come up with is, well, since I can't see that it's the Most High not withdrawing my blessings or restraining me, I'll say you're doing it.
Yeah.
I'll say it's your fault. You're keeping me back from being happy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it's your fault I'm not progressing like I should. When in actuality, it's the lack of commitment to the Most High that's withdrawing my blessings.
Because we're in
We'd rather blame people. People are the object of our contempt.
True. But we're in denial.
Right.
Because we're telling ourselves we've done everything right, and the Most High is not just. That's still the mindset. Saul is telling him with a straight face, I did do what the Lord said. What does that mean? He believed it.
Yeah.
It isn't like he's lying. He believed what he said. But just because you believe strongly in something doesn't mean the Most High sees it your way.
That's true.
And that's the problem. Most people attempt to serve the Most High, but most people never give their mind enough to conforming to how the Most High views things. That's the thing. He swore he was on point. Mm-hmm. He was zealous. It tells you in Joseph's Bible, he was zealous in performing the task. But him on his best day, he was still detached. He still didn't get it. That's a lot of our people. We'll sit back here with best intention to do something right, but we're still not giving ourselves to the scriptures enough to really understand what the Most High's intentions are. It's just the truth. Read verse 20.
1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 20. And Saul said unto Samuel, Yea, I have obeyed the voice of the Lord, and have gone the way.
I went. Read on.
And have gone the way which the Most High sent me, and have brought Agag, the king of Amalek. Agag, the king of Amalek, and have utterly destroyed the Amalekites.
And that even he told on himself in his conversation. I did what I was told. I went down there. I even got Agag to prove it. Oh, Sam was like, what? You got Agag too? It's one thing you had the animals, and you got this white one. Is he the my guy? Excuse my French. Is he the my guy here? Read on.
But the people took of the spoil, sheep and oxen, the chief of things.
He's still not taking any accountability. In his position, he lost all humility. He couldn't see, or he had been making mistakes. He made mistakes here. He made mistakes in that war. He made mistakes in dealing with the sacrifice he shouldn't have made. He's been making mistakes, and all he's done has been in covering those mistakes and never taking accountability for his actions. It's always somebody else's fault. Even here, it's not my fault that I brought Agag. It's their fault for bringing the animals. Never looking at me. It's not my fault that it was a debacle and a shit show out here in the woods where Israelites is eating meat, bloody meat. It's not my fault. It's not my fault that my son almost got killed because of my decisions. It's the wickedness of the people. It's a mindset. It's a detachment that he had from the Most High. And it was to the point where the Most High, I can't deal with this guy anymore. He's not connected to how I look at things.
Because he's never going to examine himself to see if he's in the faith. He's never going to do that.
He can't see himself at all.
And that's a real thing too, bro.
A lot of people can't see themselves. Let's keep going.
It says, but the people took of the spoil, sheep and oxen, the chief of the things which should have been utterly destroyed, to sacrifice unto the Lord thy power in Gilgal. And Samuel said, hath the Most High as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices, as in obeying the voice of the Most High?
What good is sacrificing all these Agagian animals? You were supposed to kill her from the jump.
At the precept.
Let's run this verse through, and then we'll come back to it. Let's get to verse 23, and then we'll switch it. Read on.
Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice.
And that's the point. A lot of times, just doing what you're told. Stop thinking, and just do what you're told. Stop thinking about how I can get the most out of this situation. Just stop thinking and follow. Can you just do that? Can you just stop thinking and just do what you're told? A lot of Israel has that problem. I want to think it out. How can I sit back and take this order and spin it to where everybody can succeed? Stop thinking that way. Just do what you're told.
Right.
Read
Follow
on.
instructions. Follow instructions.
That's a real thing. Read on.
And to hearken than the fat of rams.
Just doing what you're told is better than killing these animals and sacrificing the Most High. Read on.
For rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft, and stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry. Because thou hast rejected the word of the Most High, he hath also rejected thee from being king.
What does that mean? What does verse 23 mean? At the bottom line? He has rejected thee from being king. What does that mean?
I mean, your example is no longer acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
It can no longer be tolerated.
Yeah. But what does that? Yeah, everything's right. But what does that mean? He has rejected you from being king. What does that mean?
The leader.
So he wants Saul what?
To be removed.
He wants Saul off the throne.
Yes.
He wants him off the throne. But what does Saul do? He said, man, I'm going to leave tomorrow, man. I'm going to leave today. Does he leave the throne and go back home? That's the question. Most High said, you're off. I'm done with you. I want you off the throne. Saul doesn't leave the throne.
Right.
He's still there.
He lost his job.
He was fired. He took him off the throne. He still stays there.
Yeah.
So there is. Let's keep going. I don't want to. What verse do you want to pull?
Ecclesiasticus 34:18 and 19.
Okay, read it.
He that sacrifices of a thing wrongfully gotten, his offering is ridiculous.
Listen, he sacrificed items he wasn't supposed to sacrifice. So it's not going to be accepted anyway. Read on.
And the gifts of the unjust men are not accepted.
So what it's telling you is if you don't do things the right way, decently in order, then sacrifice isn't going to be honored anyway. Read on.
The Most High is not pleased with the offerings of the wicked.
Mm-hmm.
Neither is he pacified for sin by the multitude of sacrifices.
And that goes right along with this chapter. Give me verse 24.
1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 24. And Saul said unto Samuel, I have sinned.
Now you want to admit, listen, he only started to admit defeat once the Most High said, you're no longer king. Oh, you're right, I did sin. I did make a mistake. He didn't admit it until the fact that he lost. He was relinquished of his duties.
You know, then that just shows that we're not willing to acknowledge our mistakes until the last worst case scenario.
Exactly.
And then it's when it's doomsday. Now we want to change.
Now I want to talk.
Yeah.
I'll counsel after I lose my position. I'll lock in after I lose, because that's when he lost his position. Now he wants to counsel. Now he wants to admit he was guilty.
That's the nature of man.
That's the nature of man. After I lose my position, now I want to be better. Now I want to be in order. After I lose it, it's too late. The Most High moved on, and He gave you even in the conversation, He could have been like, "You were right. I messed up." Before he lost the position. Read on.
For I have transgressed the commandment of the Most High, and thy words, because I feared the people, and obeyed their voice.
Because it was more about pleasing people than honoring the Most High. It was more about, and what he was saying is, how can I sit back here and appease both sides? How can I make the people happy and act like I'm doing right? What leadership in your home and a camp amongst the body, you know what? 90% of the time when you're serving the Most High, nobody gets what they want but Him. How about that? How about if something's running properly, we always say everybody's in a trick bag.
Yep.
Everybody's in a trick bag. Everybody's uncomfortable, and the Most High is getting the glory.
Everybody's spiritually sustained, but they may not get what they want in the carnal.
But the Most High's word is being accomplished, and that's how you know the rhythm is done right. Let's read in Josephus real quick, because I want to go into this real quick. He feared the people. Let's go paragraph 4.
Okay. Yeah. Page 162, paragraph 4, line 141. Hereupon Saul returned home with joy for the glorious things he had done, and for the conquest of his enemies, as though he had not neglected anything which the prophet had enjoined him to do when he was going to make war with the Amalekites.
He was totally oblivious to the fact that he was out of order. He was so caught up in how he does things, he thought, what happens is, when you get disconnected, you think everything you're doing is a spirit.
Yep.
Everything you're doing is a spirit. Everything you're doing is on point. Most High understands why I did it this way. And if you don't have the scriptures and counselors to tether you, you're going to walk around here thinking everything you did was the spirit. Read on.
And as though he had exactly observed all that he ought to have done.
That's crazy, bro.
But the Most High was grieved that the king of the Amalekites was preserved alive, and that the multitude had seized on the cattle for a prey, because these things were done without his permission. For he thought it an intolerable thing that they should conquer and overcome their enemies by that power which he gave them, and then that he himself should be so grossly despised and disobeyed by them.
He's like, I gave them the victory. But then we're sitting back, guys. I gave them the victory. But then we sit back here and you still didn't do what I told you, even though I gave you the victory. It's a slap in the face. Read on.
And then that he himself should be so grossly despised and disobeyed by them, that a mere man that was a king would not bear it. He therefore told Samuel the prophet that he repented.
He said a king. He says a regular male king wouldn't let this shit slide without people dying. If this was a kingdom, he wouldn't listen. If a king gave the number 2 man a job to do this, he'd kill him for not listening.
Not coming through.
So now I got to sit back here and take this crappy service.
He's ready to kill his own son.
Come on, because you're doing things the wrong way, and a worldly king wouldn't accept that. Read on.
He therefore told Samuel the prophet that he had repented that he had made Saul king, while he did nothing that he had commanded him.
He never did anything.
This dude didn't do anything right. It was always wrong.
Can I pull it right here?
Yeah.
Galatians 4 and 1 and 2.
It's crazy, huh?
Galatians chapter 4, verse 1. It says, Galatians chapter 4, verse 1. Now I say that the heir, as long as he is a child.
The heir, as long as he is a child, right? We think about children being just like little kids. But children also means child understanding. This is why there has to be a system where there has to be a ranking system. Read on.
Differeth nothing from a servant.
So a child supposed to differ nothing from a what?
Servant.
Read on.
Though he be Lord of all.
Those persons supposed to have authority. The Most High creates a system where the man's impulses get checked year by year, month by month. Your decisions are supposed to you're supposed to be asking the Most High to check you, to show you what's in your heart. I'm supposed to be asking the Most High to show me where my weaknesses are. Day to day, month to month, year to year, week to week. So when the big show comes, I don't get exposed. Read on.
Verse 2. But is under tutors and governors.
Because if a person's not under for a long period of time and getting that productive criticism that people hate, then they'll be thinking they're in the spirit. I'll really believe I'm in the spirit. I think I'm in the spirit because I have an isolated way of thinking. In my world, I'm in the spirit. In my life, in my personal counsels, I am in the spirit like a monk.
Who the hell else are you sitting back here talking to make sure?
But there's no tutors, there's no governors, there's no checks and balances, there's no day-to-day. You're not doing the right.
It's kind of extreme, bro.
You're kind of not in the right spirit again and again and again, and then give the person opportunities to practice being correct, practice being on point, practice making mistakes. You have to make a certain amount of mistakes to see yourself, right? Read on.
Until the time appointed of the Father.
Until the time appointed of the Most High. Do y'all now see why the Most High has us under this strict regimen all the time? Do y'all see the Most High always has us under these confines of criticism all the time? If you're not getting critiqued often and critiqued, if you're not under the scrutiny of critique, then if you're not under the scrutiny of critique, you will think you're in the spirit, and that's dangerous by itself.
Yeah.
Facts.
That was all I wanted to bring up for that point.
All facts.
And you'll tell yourself when it's time for me to be in charge. You'll tell yourself, I'll start living by my own imagination.
Then the spirit talked to me,
man. The spirit told me.
Oh no.
The spirit deal with me too. I got wisdom too.
Yeah, in your head.
And yeah, that's what I'm saying. That imagination starts kicking in.
Are we not all holy men?
Right. Yeah.
That's what James. Isn't that what was it James Jambres or it was
No, it was Dathan and Korah.
Yeah.
Dathan and Korah. Dathan and Korah was coming against Moses because guess what? In their hands,
they got wisdom too.
They had money. They had a lot of money, and in their mind they were on point. They were under strategic criticism all the time. So is it that the criticism is there because we don't see the good in the men around us and we don't see the good in our ribs and our families, or is it that we're trying to save them from being delusional
and willful?
Yeah.
Over time.
Presumptuous.
And presumptuous, most importantly, the scariest part. It's trying to save someone from being presumptuous over time because they're not gonna be off point in 1 month or 1 week. It's a series of years.
It's a gradual decline.
So let's keep going.
Line 143. He therefore told Samuel the prophet that he repented that he had made Saul king, while he did nothing that he commanded him, but indulged his own inclinations. When Samuel heard that, he was in confusion and began to beseech the Most High all that night to be reconciled to Saul and not to be angry with him.
Samuel sat back here and tried to look out for him. The Most High said, "No, I'm not listening. I'm done with this guy. I'm done with this guy. It's over." Read on.
But he did not grant that forgiveness to Saul, which the prophet asked for, as not deeming it a fit thing to grant forgiveness of such sins at his entreaties, since injuries do not otherwise grow so great as by the easy tempers of those that are injured.
It says, since injuries do not otherwise grow so great as by the easy tempers of those that are injured. Read on.
For while they hunt after the glory of being thought gentle and good-natured.
What he's saying is Saul hunted for the approval of people to think that he was good-natured and gentle. He says Saul's main focus was to make sure people liked him. Saul's number one focus was to make sure the people looked at him a certain way. And he did everything he did to make sure people looked at him like he was a good person and gentle and caring and kind. But in the process of fighting to get everybody to like you and to look at you as being this kind, merciful person, what ends up happening?
For while they hunt after the glory of being thought gentle and good-natured, before they are aware, they produce other sins.
Before they're aware, you have to sit back here and sin to make sure everybody looks at you like you're the good guy.
Before you even know it.
You're going to look up and not even realize, damn, I've been deviating from the Most High. Because the closer and closer you try to make people like you and appreciate you and respect you, you're going to sit back here and start diminishing in your stances, diminishing in your caliber, diminishing in your fortitude in Christ.
You got to conform.
Yep. Yes, in its small conforming notions, step by step.
And what it is also I'll conform to the people based upon what I agree with the people. Like saying, if I was the people, I would do the same thing. So I don't blame them, because a lot of times, especially when you're dealing with a camp environment, people on the outside looking in say, well, y'all extreme, y'all wouldn't do that, or how come you didn't have mercy on this brother? How come you treated this brother like this? Or how come you treated this brother like that? Okay. Well, because if I was in that position, I would do the same thing. I'd feel the same way. I wouldn't want anybody to do this to me. Everything is relegated or based upon feelings. How if I was in that person's shoes, I would do the same thing. I would feel the same way. So why don't y'all agree with that brother or that sister? And why don't y'all deal with them based upon how I would look at them? I wouldn't do. If I was over them, I would be more merciful. I would be more lenient. I think y'all are cold. I think y'all are cold-natured. Mm-hmm. I think y'all are cold-hearted. I think y'all are calloused. Y'all are not sensitive to the people. But you can't be too sensitive to the people.
And that's you can't run a camp based off sentiment.
Right.
It has to be on judgment.
It's got to be on judgment, and what the Most High would prefer. not so much based upon how I would like to see things done. That can't be the rule, because everybody has an opinion.
Come on, and you'll look up and you're sinning.
Yeah.
Trying to make everybody happy, trying to make sure everybody looks at you like you're the good guy. Now I got to keep changing and changing standards and placating this person. But if I placate this person and I get called out, and I got to placate you in a way that you like.
Exactly.
Now I'm placating and adapting, and all of a sudden the standard of what the Most High wants from us is abandoned.
Yep.
And this is what Saul ended up doing. Obviously the people sat back here and complained. And you know what? Let's keep these sheep. These are beautiful sheep. No, the Most High said don't do that. Well, what if we take them and bring them up and sacrifice to the Most High? Yeah, that's a good idea. And now we're adjusting the standard to make everybody happy in a consistent basis. First saying, no man, stop that. What the Most High say? Kill them now.
And you know what our people would do? We would probably sacrifice those sheep to the Most High after we breed them first.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because that's what you do when you got good. That's what you do when you got good stock of animals.
Exactly.
You breed the good stock.
Wow.
And you come in and we need these sheep. These sheep are strong. They producing a lot of, what I'm saying? They're strong and they
milk game is right.
Milk game is strong. So let me go ahead and breed them first to make sure I got my stock, so that I can have a piece of this lineage of the sheep. Then I'll sacrifice this animal. It's always a way to insert ourselves in the mix, man. We always find
exactly
a way.
what this is. And then what they're doing, what Saul is doing is, these people want to insert themselves, and let me give them a way to do it. Yeah. Let me get the people what they want while serving the Most High. And what it's showing is, over a while, you start realizing how much you compromised.
Yep.
And this is where the sin kicks in. I'm so focused trying to please everybody, you look up, and I've deviated so much from the Most High standard. And I wonder how quickly I have diminished as a man in Christ in this pursuit to make everybody happy. You're better off sticking to a standard, and if they like you, they like you. If they don't, they don't. And accept that, and accept the rejection.
Yeah.
So
nobody wants to feel that part of leadership. Nobody wants to feel that part of authority. There's Christ dealt with it big time.
When you're standing up for what's right, you're going to be hated.
Yep.
Don't forget, Christ's intention was pure, but he kept going at those damn Pharisees. He was breaking the establishment, and they wanted him dead. And everywhere he went, they were plotting to kill him. Can you imagine? You're on the run. Your whole life is on the run from the time you're 30.
Because you're showing people themselves. You're making people. He was forcing the Pharisees and the Sadducees to see themselves and how they were corrupt, even though they looked good in the position of leaders. How their garments were strong. They got saluted in the markets. They sounded trumpets when they did alms. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, they did an alm. You know what I'm saying? So they, although they were doing these things to look like they were the best in that position, Christ was able to see, no, you're still missing these things. You tithe anise and fennel, and when you ignore the weightier matters like mercy and compassion, you're still lacking. And when you start calling people out on what their shortcomings are, they're always going to come back with you with, well, what about you? You're not, what about your mistakes? And what about what you do wrong? And that's why it helps to be blameless as possible in a leadership position. Not that you can be perfect, but at least to be as blameless as possible. Because as soon as you start pushing people to strength, they're going to come back.
Right back at you.
They're going to look right back at you and say, well, what about what you don't do right? Well, I seen you do this, this, and this, and that.
And that's another reason why you give people what they want.
Yeah.
I give people what they want, so you don't got to look at me.
I can keep you off me.
And that's the point. If I give you what you want, now the deal, now the bribe is intact.
There you go.
There's an exchange.
Here's the bribe. Don't look at me, because I'm giving you that. And listen, you're never going to see Israel, here's the bribe, brother. It's never, here is the bribe in exchange for my bribe. It's, you know what? Here you go, brother. I know you wanted this, right? So it's just understood. Stop looking this way.
Yep.
And then you realize when you start looking at me jacked up, I take it away. So now you learn. Okay, this is the game now. The game is, I keep my mouth shut, I get what I need. I talk, I get it taken away. That's politics, bro. So you know what? Saul understood politics. Give and take. I give you what you want, you let me run and do what I gotta do. That's the game. But in the process of doing that and mastering those transactions, all of a sudden, I don't even know how to think spiritually anymore. I don't know how to look at things straight up anymore. I don't know how to sit back here and stand up for what's right at all costs. You lose it.
Because judgment doesn't exist anymore.
It's all angles and side deals.
Yeah.
It's all propositions and bargains. Anyway. Continue. This is as soon here.
Line 145. As soon, therefore, as the Most High had rejected the intercession of the prophet, and it plainly appeared he would not change his mind, at break of day Samuel came to Saul at Gilgal. When the king saw him, he ran to him and embraced him, and said, I return thanks to the Most High, who hath given me the victory, for I have performed everything that he hath commanded me. To which Samuel replied, How is it then that I hear the bleating of the sheep and the lowing of the greater cattle in the camp? Saul made answer, that the people had reserved them for sacrifices. But that, as to the nation of the Amalekites, it was entirely destroyed, as he received it in command to see done, and that no one man was left, but that he had saved alive the king alone, and brought him to him, concerning whom he said they would advise together what should be done with him.
Wait. He said, the king, this says, it was entirely destroyed, but that he had saved alive the king alone, and brought him to him, concerning whom he said they would advise together what should be done to him. Listen, who was he advising with? The people that he's still doing deals with. Instead of just killing them right off the top, let's go talk to the guys that I'm working with, find out what they think. There's nothing to discuss.
The order's an order.
The guy was supposed to be dead. Keep going.
Line 147. But the prophet said, The Most High is not delighted with sacrifices, but with good and with righteous men, who are such as follow his will and his laws, and never think that anything is well done by them but when they do it as the Most High had commanded them.
It's powerful right there.
That's a good one. Not to think you did anything good unless it was the way the Most High wanted it done. That's phenomenal. Read that part again.
Who are such as follow his will and his laws. Want me to start higher?
No, the Most High is not delighted.
The Most High is not delighted with sacrifices, but with good and with righteous men, who are such as follow his will and his laws, and never think that anything is well done by them, but when they do it as the Most High had commanded them.
That's an important thing we should all hold on to. Our self-esteem, our happiness should be aligned to do. Am I doing things the way the Most High wants me to do things? Is my confidence based upon, am I doing things the way the Most High wants me to do? Versus, is I'm just doing things that benefit me? Is my confidence based off me doing things that blow me up? Or am I doing things the way the Most High wants me to do? That's good. Read on.
You know, and also it's just showing you that when the scriptures say my righteousness are as filthy rags, our righteousness are as filthy rags. We got to really look at that, man. Not saying we can't do nothing right, but doing what's right is doing only what the Most High has commanded. You know what I'm saying? It's just a new definition of how we give ourselves props, or how we give ourselves glory, or how we esteem ourselves as if we're doing anything at all. If it's not in order by the way of the Most High, then it wasn't right. You know what I'm saying? It's not good. It's not considered good.
Okay, let's keep going.
But when they do it as the Most High had commanded them, that he then looks upon himself as affronted, not when anyone does not sacrifice, but when anyone appears to be disobedient to him. But that from those who do not obey him, nor pay him that duty which is the alone true and acceptable worship, he will not kindly accept their oblations, be those they offer ever so many and so fat, and be the presents they make him ever so ornamental, nay, though they were made of gold and silver themselves, but he will reject them and esteem them instances of wickedness and not of piety.
So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much you put into the sacrifice, how much money you invest into something. If it's not done the right way, he's not going to accept it.
Or the lengths that you went to bring about the sacrifice. It doesn't matter. Wow, that's powerful.
It does. Keep going.
Line 149. And that he is delighted with those that still bear in mind this one thing, and this only, how to do that whatsoever it be which the Most High pronounces or commands for them to do.
Exactly. And you know, it's crazy how the Most High looks at all of us. How well can you do the Most High's job without interjecting yourself?
No.
And that's in teaching. That's in working with brothers. That's in counseling. Can you do his work without injecting you in it?
Your feelings or your emotions.
Your feelings, your little personal anecdotes. Can you just deliver the message straight, no chaser? And you do your job so that the Most High's word can be received in its most purest form. Whether it be by example, works, whatever it is.
Or by counsel.
You
might be counseled to tell a man something, and then because you might have a problem with that man, you come and tell a man something with anger. Mm-hmm. You come and dispense the information with a growl or with a scowl.
Or overly apologetic.
Yeah, or, I hate to tell you this, but I'm sorry, because I know we cool and I don't want nothing to go against our friendship.
I know the Most High don't like this, but me and you still cool.
Me and you
I still like you as
right, exactly. I still, me and you still like this.
But the Most High ain't like that, though.
Yeah.
That was off, though.
You could have did better. You're robbing the Most High of his glory.
God.
By inserting your opinions and your thoughts and your emotions and your feelings and your likes or dislikes. And that's still a form of disobedience. That's a form of rebellion, and that's a form of stubbornness. You know what I'm saying? And that's what we watch it is that as a leader, it can't be. I got to remove myself out of it. I got to remove how I feel and how I think. And is this right or wrong? And that's what it comes down to. Is the Most High pleased or not?
Okay.
If I lose you as a friend, because I tell you, am I an enemy because I tell you the truth?
Galatians 4.
Then so be it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, let's do it. Continue.
Line 149, sir. And that he is delighted with those that still bear in mind this one thing, and this only, how to do that, whatsoever it be, which the Most High pronounces or commands for them to do, and to choose rather to die than to transgress any of those commands. Nor does he require so much as a sacrifice from them. And when these do sacrifice, though it be a mean oblation, he better accepts of it as the honor of poverty than such oblations as come from the richest men that offered them to him.
That's like Christ. That sounds like Christ's analogy about that person that gave everything they had versus the guy that sits back here and has excess and gives sacrifices easily. He wants you to give the best you got or the only thing you got. At least you show sincerity in that situation.
Yeah.
He's like, all right, if you're going to give something, he's like, give the best of what you got. Or he wants you to change and be obedient more than making sacrifices.
He wants that sincerity.
And this is why you also read in Hebrews how the blood of bulls and calves never brought about righteousness. We can sit there and kill animals all day long. Are you going to just change and do the right thing?
No.
It's not just going through the cycle of hacking animals all damn day long.
I can afford more since I got more bulls.
But that doesn't change the fact that the sin is in you. Right. So just change what's inside of you. Versus the process of sacrifice.
It said because those sacrifices couldn't purge their conscience from dead works.
God.
It still wasn't going to make me change.
I'm just going, oh no, I messed up again. This another week. Let me kill the animals.
And it shows a person it shows that a person's externally motivated. I'm motivated by how people see me. I'm motivated by everything I see except for how the Most High perceives me. Mm-hmm. I'm motivated by how my sacrifice looks to the priest. The priest liked my sacrifice, but not knowing, hey, because the Most High liked the sacrifice.
Okay.
It's the same game, bro.
Let's keep going. Also, y'all?
No, I was just going to say, or ask a question. So, what's hitting me is, what you're saying is by me, as a person, doing that, the things that what the Most High wants me to do is that, so that's basically me being that vessel to honor as opposed to being that vessel to dishonor.
Okay.
Cool. That's what would make me, my obedience would make me that vessel of honor.
Right. That obedience and that consciousness. Okay.
Line 150. Wherefore take notice that thou art under the wrath of the Most High, for thou hast despised and neglected what he commanded thee. How dost thou then suppose that he will respect a sacrifice out of such things as he hath doomed to destruction?
It's crazy, yeah.
Unless perhaps thou dost imagine that it is almost all one to offer it in sacrifice to the Most High as to destroy it.
The sacrifice was in doing what you were told and killing the animals back in the land of the Amalekites. Read on.
Do thou therefore expect that thy kingdom will be taken from thee, and that authority which thou hast abused by such insolent behavior as to neglect that the Most High who bestowed it upon thee?
Abusing our office.
You know, also the Most High, this verse, or not verse, but this statement is a reminder that unless leadership can be reminded that the Most High gave us the office and he could take it away from us, that's another way how we stay humble. Whatever the Most High is giving you in rank and position, he can take it away from you. And just because I might be in a position, I better sit back here and understand the Most High is great and he's the king of terrors. I better understand that with all the love and mercy he has, he will sit back here and destroy me. Woe to me if I teach not the gospel. Yeah. Paul even understood that. Yeah, I'm teaching him, but if I don't do it, the Most High going to smash me.
Guaranteed.
If I'm not obeying, he's going to smash me. And can I operate with fear, with that pressure behind me and love? Can I know that he loves me, but I know that if I keep messing up, he's going to destroy me? And it's smart that we operate in that mind, that consciousness, if we want to maintain what the Most High has given us. Whether it's family at home, rank, position, whatever it is. The Most High might have given me a rib that's there for me, but you know what? If I'm sloppy, guess what? I'm a loser. And I got to operate with that consciousness.
Nothing's guaranteed.
Nothing's guaranteed.
There's a part that you missed. You didn't miss it. You read it, but we didn't really expound on it. Yeah, but it's powerful, but it's potent now.
Go five.
Yeah, it's
Wherefore take notice.
Yeah, take note. Yeah, it's one. When it says, when he says,
How dost thou then suppose?
yes.
How dost thou then suppose that he will respect a sacrifice out of such things as he hath doomed to destruction?
He said, how he's trying to. Samuel is trying to figure out Saul's mentality.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to figure out how do you develop this idea that you
this conclusion
that you're doing what you're told. He said, so he's asking a question. He says, how dost thou then suppose that he will respect the sacrifice out of such things as he had doomed to destruction? Go ahead.
Unless perhaps thou dost imagine that it is almost all one to offer it in sacrifice to the Most High as to destroy it.
He said that the only way that you could have possibly come to this conclusion that you were doing what you're told is, and that you were going to give it in sacrifice to the Most High, these sheep, is the fact that you think sacrificing to the Most High is a loss anyway. You think that you sacrificing to the Most High is not beneficial to you. He's telling them that you don't see the good in sacrificing. You don't see the good in the sacrifice.
It's a slaughter. It's almost like you're saying we were going to slaughter the animals in the land of the Amalekites versus slaughtering the animals here.
What's the difference?
You know why? Because you never looked at the sacrifice as a spiritual thing.
As a spiritual thing.
That's a good one.
And that's why.
That's very good.
And that's why he said he didn't. He's letting them know you're missing the point. You're missing the point about the sacrifice. Saul must think it's about the location of the sacrifice or the fact that these animals are doomed anyway.
The meat's going to get killed. It's going to get slaughtered anyway.
They're going to die anyway. Either way,
that's a great
whether
point.
We kill them now or we kill them later and bring them over here as a sacrifice.
They're dying.
They're dying anyway. What's the difference? He's not looking at doing what you're told is more important to the Most High than how you look at the process.
And he's just telling you that he just does the spiritual scenarios. He just goes through the mechanical process. Right. It's just routine. Whether it's killing these animals, they're dying here, they're dying there. It's just routine. It's not about a legitimate offering to the Most High. The Most High ain't got to do it. It's just this robotic stuff.
There's no fear of the Lord.
Yep. It's like a meat market. This is a damn meat market. Whether they're dying here or dying there.
What would be the difference?
So that's why it's ridiculous.
Yep. And that's why the Most High was so pissed at that answer. Like this dude, he don't get it.
You don't get it, man.
It's just about killing animals in this guy.
It's an absence of consciousness and fear of the Most High.
Don't forget in Josephus when what made Adam's sons Abel. He was conscious of the fact that everything he did, the Most High was watching him.
Yeah.
And everything he did was a decision based upon how the Most High would look at him.
Yeah.
And Cain was totally opposite. This guy's totally opposite. Because it's just killing animals here. It's well, we just shipped them up here to get killed here.
What's the difference? They're going to die over there, they're going to die over here. What's the difference?
What's the difference? It's just, they're dying. That's crazy, guy. That's a great point. Great point. You want more?
No, that was it.
Perfect. Let's keep going.
End of 150. Line 150. Do thou therefore expect that thy kingdom will be taken from thee, and that authority which thou hast abused by such insolent behavior as to neglect that the Most High who bestowed it upon thee? Then did Saul confess that he had acted unjustly and did not deny that he had sinned.
Well, you know, that means this. He only started confessing when he knew he was going to lose the kingdom. And he knew he had sinned when he did it. He was just backtracking. He was in denial. But he knew he had sinned when Samuel was checking him. Read on.
Because he had transgressed the injunctions of the prophet. But he said that it was out of a dread and fear of the soldiers, that he did not prohibit and restrain them when they seized on the prey.
Brother, fear. How in the hell are you afraid of the army, the soldier guys, when they're your guys?
It's like a cop out.
It's a cop out, but you know what? He was genuinely afraid. He was genuinely afraid of doing what? Of even when we read earlier, for while they hunt after the glory of being thought gentle, he is a man pleaser. He found glory in being looked upon as a gentle dude. He found glory in being looked upon and liked. He craved being liked. He craved being accepted. And that's where the fear came from. He wasn't afraid of them killing him. He was afraid of them not liking him.
Disapproval.
He was afraid of them not liking him and the decisions he makes. Because he craved the approval. He craved the roar of the crowd. He craved everybody saying, Saul, Saul, Saul. He loved that. He got off to that.
That's the same for those athletes who, when their people are going through things, they don't want to say nothing because they're going to lose endorsements.
Because I love to shine. I love the respect. He loved the fact that they looked at him like he was the gentle, merciful king that loved the people.
Oh, benevolent king. Benevolent. The benevolent one.
My Lord.
Yeah.
He loved how they looked at him and how they made him feel. So he didn't want to lose that feeling. That feeling, that feeling of being wanted. That feeling of being needed. That feeling of being appreciated. That's what he pursued. I've seen leaders do it for years. I need people to want me, to need my counsel, my wisdom and guidance. I need that.
It fills a void, and it's insecurity.
Yeah, it's insecurity.
But that's a psychological issue. That's my own issues that I have that still hinder the word of the Most High getting expressed and delivered to the people. It's still a stumbling block. My insecurities have become stumbling blocks. That's crazy, man.
But that is a character flaw that Israel better tighten up in themselves, or you're gonna fall in the same scenario. You know what that is? That's self-hate. I need people to reaffirm me consistently.
Not the scriptures.
I need people to confirm that I'm a good guy. I need people to keep reminding me that I'm doing good. That's deficiencies in yourself.
I need you to need me.
Yes, so I can feel better about myself. If I'm not needed in your eyes, then what good am I? Maybe I should be sitting back here and finding happiness in pleasing the Heavenly Father. But the problem with most people is that's not enough for them. Just being happy, that the Most High is happy with them, is not enough.
Especially depending on how deep the insecurity is. Then some people need validation on extreme levels.
Because you would sit back and say, is that really a bad thing to sit back and want people to like you? In this position, it is. In this position, craving people to accept you is cancerous, and you can't be in this position with that mindset.
You have to conform.
Because you're going to skew judgment ultimately.
That's the point. Because now I'm in the pursuit of being looked upon as the needed one, so that I'm going to compromise right and wrong in that pursuit. It's so many nuances like this about leadership that we have to work on before you get here. Because you're going to lose so many people based upon your insecurities. You can't have all these insecurities about your head, how you feel, how you look at yourself, and expect the Most High to be able to properly work through you.
So your security should be in, I follow the Most High's commandments, and I'm obedient, and I do what I'm told. I'm told. Security
and peace of mind and happiness.
Yeah.
Can I be happy in the fact? Can I be happy in the fact that the will the Most High is done?
Right.
That's it.
Whether I got nothing out to deal with.
Exactly.
Whether I got something personal gain out of it or not.
Whether the people hate me or they love me, whether they appreciate me or not, can doing the work of the Most High and standing up for judgment be enough for me? Is that enough? It wasn't enough for Saul. So even it got to the point where his pursuit was skewed because he didn't know, he forgot what it meant to purely love the Most High. To purely do it for him. Because he needed the people's approval. And he was afraid of everybody turning their back on him. Scary, man. Or he was afraid of the people liking somebody more than him. There's a lot of people in Israel like that, man. There's a lot of people like this in Israel. Past, present, and future. Read on.
But forgive me said he, and be merciful to me, for I will be cautious how I offend for the time to come.
Next time I'll make it right. But you've been screwing up. Next time I'll be better.
I'll get you on the back end, brother.
Yeah. Read on.
He also entreated the prophet to go back with him, that he may offer his thank offerings to the Most High.
Stop. And this is what's crazy. Listen, he needs, now he's into, I need Samuel's approval. And I need Samuel to come with me back to the city during the parade. So everybody see that me and Samuel are together. Even though I know damn well Samuel was against me. And he told me I lost my kingdom. I'm going to still ask him, come with me. Swing like this. I'm smiling. I'm shaking hands.
Yeah.
It's like vote for Saul 2023. Like this. Yeah, like I got Samuel with me. I got Samuel with me. Another 4 years.
With that face right there.
Yeah, like what? He said,
you were just stone face.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, Samuel's like this. And he's like this. This guy, we're doing it the Most High.
Good optics.
Yeah.
But that's what he's saying. It's still about, I need the people to see that everything's together. Everything's intact.
Yep.
When Saul really said, you're done. You're not supposed to be on the podium anymore. Get off the podium. You're supposed to be off the podium. That's what he's saying. You can't lead no more. But he just blew all that off. Didn't listen to none of that. So I messed up. I'll be better next time. Hey, you know what? Before you leave, can you sit back here and come with me so everybody can see us
Take
together?
a picture with me, man.
Yeah. Wow.
Because I need the people to see us together.
He's detached, man.
He is gone. He is mentally gone. Can you see this?
You should have been like crying or something, right?
Crying on this repenting.
No repentance.
Let me go to the temple and give 1,000 sacrifices. Let me do something. Huh?
Kill the freaking king. Kill that dude you brought back.
He didn't do it.
Right your arms, dude.
He was like this. He was still looking in the mirrors and stuff like that.
You know he was dressing them too now.
Big wig around.
Yeah, you gonna wear the same shirt I got. You know what I'm saying? You gonna wear
Oh my goodness! He gonna be in the court. He gonna be in the court.
Yeah, you know they say, man, we're gonna wear twins. We're gonna wear twin outfits.
That's hilarious.
You got matching bracelets.
It's horrible.
You know, I mean, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
It's a lot to learn.
Because Saul could be himself around Agag.
Yeah.
He could be himself around.
He could be. He's gonna be uncomfortable around Samuel. Keep going. I just want to get this last part of the paragraph and go back to the Bible.
He also entreated the prophet to go back with him, that he may offer his thank offerings to the Most High.
Listen, that was too quick of a response. You're like, I know, you're right. I did sin. My fault. But you know what? Let's go back up. Hey, he flew right past that,
You know, that shows, instead of contemplating on his errors, he already inserted another agenda.
Yep.
He already had a new agenda formulated.
Listen, Samuel said, you are no longer king. That was why I stopped it earlier, because it isn't. He says he has rejected thee from being king.
Man, I know this.
I don't want you to be king no more.
I understand you just talking. I
hear you. That's Samuel being angry. That's Samuel being angry. That's what Saul said. He says, I know I messed up. I'll make it right next time.
Right.
You're not listening.
You don't mean what you say right now.
I'll make it right. I didn't say I'm going to give you another chance. I hit you already about the mistake you made. This was your final chance. He's like, yeah, I'm sorry. But you know what? Once you go up here, it's a 15-minute drive. We're going to go up here. We're going to show the people everything's okay. Congratulations are in order.
And you know he didn't get it. I know he's not there yet.
He didn't get it.
I know you know he didn't get it, because I think everybody knows eventually what happens. For him to raise Samuel up from the dead, let you know he still didn't get it.
You're raising a prophet of the Most High up by witchery?
By sorcery. That's how you know he didn't get it. You know what I'm saying? Because look at what he did after Samuel died. Let you know he wasn't putting two and two together.
In this same chapter, he said rebellion is the sin of witchcraft. So obviously, you know, witchcraft is bad.
Right.
And it's
punishable by death.
It's punishable by death. He didn't care. Right? Anyway.
Wow.
So finish that last part of the paragraph up.
But Samuel went home because he saw that the Most High would not be reconciled to him.
Samuel didn't do it. Samuel didn't sit back here and kiss the babies and shake hands out. But go back to
First Samuel
15.
chapter 15, we're in we left off in 25.
Let's get 23 real quick.
1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 23. For rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft, and stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry. Because thou hast rejected the word of the Most High, he hath also rejected thee from being king.
He rejected you from being king. He doesn't want you to be king anymore. Stop being king. Read on.
And Saul said unto Samuel, I have sinned, for I have transgressed the commandment of the Lord, and thy words, because I feared the people and obeyed their voice.
So psychologically, I need to be needed. I need to feel important. I need people to love me, or I will be empty inside. That's a real psychological issue. That's a really emotional issue. And if you don't get a hold of that pursuit to be loved and appreciated will destroy your camp and your household. And righteousness. And the pursuit of righteousness. Read on.
It says, Now therefore I pray thee, pardon my sin, and turn again with me, that I may worship the Lord.
It's that I'm sorry, not sorry.
Yeah.
Spirit.
I'm sorry because I got caught. I was denying it until the Most High says, I'm going to take your kingdom from you. Okay, let's talk about this. I'll serve the Most High now. What people don't understand is when the Most High turns his back on you, he turns his back on you. There's no making it right. Read on.
Verse 26. And Samuel said unto Saul, I will not return with thee.
He says, I'm not going to you so you can sit back here and look good in front of the people. So you can lie with the people.
He knew he was trying to do. Yeah,
that's exactly what it is. He knows exactly. You're trying to play this damn political game again, huh? You want everybody to say, oh man, I just saw Saul with Samuel. That means the Spirit must be with him. Because we know Samuel's reputation. It was no different than what the Greeks were doing back then when they had that man of stature. They wanted him to eat the pork. Because if that man eats the pork, then everybody sits back here and eat the pork.
I think that was Eleazar.
Yeah, Eleazar, exactly, in the time of Maccabees. And the same thing here. If Saul, knowing damn well he's off, if I can keep Samuel around, at least the people will think I'm on point.
Avoid all appearance of evil.
Exactly. And at least it looks like we're good. Even though the Most High is let him go. And that's the book. But for him, that didn't matter as much as the people approving him. That's all that mattered to him. Still, in the midst of it, he couldn't see it. Read on.
Okay. It says, For thou hast rejected the word of the Most High, and the Most High hath rejected thee from being king over Israel.
This is again, he said, you're not the king anymore. Read on. Read on.
It says, And as Samuel turned about to go away, he laid hold upon the skirt of his mantle.
You know what? No different than any general or head. When it's his time to go, what does he do?
That's crazy, man.
He doesn't let it go. And this is why there's so many crazy splits in Israel.
I hear what you're saying, but let's focus over here.
Yeah, and don't leave. but it shows you this. What happens is this.
We'll talk about all that later.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later. But come on over here in these streets so that everybody can see us. But what it also shows you is why camps have to always go. Why the breakups are so severe. Because the head ain't gonna take the hint. It's got to be rent and torn apart because the head ain't gonna let it go. He's not gonna let the position go. So he's gonna tear it down to the ground, and it has to get rebuilt again. Because he's not gonna just sit back and accept. You know what? The Most High's left me. He's not with me. Let me just back off, and let the camp and the church get rebuilt the right way. The rents are always torn to the core. I'm talking about for the last 30 years. You see the tears were always horrible. Because the head couldn't take the hint. He wasn't just going to back away and fade out. No. He was going to sit back and take the ship down with him.
Especially
all the way.
Especially when he feels like he was responsible for the manufacture of the success.
There you go.
And not the Most High.
God. All facts.
Then the idea is I built it.
I built it. Yeah.
So why should I let it go?
Exactly.
When it was in essence, it was the Most High who built it anyway. You know what I'm saying? In actuality, but if we have that self-absorbed mentality where I built this, I created this. then it's going to be hard to even let it go.
But that's what generals have been doing since the beginning of time. I'm going to tear this thing all the way down. If I can't have it, nobody can.
Yeah.
That's the mindset. Versus accepting the Most High has moved on from.
Even that mindset is detached. Because if you understand the Most High, you didn't do nothing, man. You're just the vessel that the Most High was going. That's why Paul said, who was Paul, who was Apollos?
God.
He said, we're just ministers, man. We're just servants, man.
You know, one man plants, another man waters. The Most High gets the increase.
Right.
So it ain't you.
It ain't you anyway. It's never.
That's why I don't understand how the hell when a person gets ranked, a general, a commanding general did it. How the hell does that happen? Did he study? Was he in your room studying? Was he sitting back here studying your test? No, you studied your test. What are you talking about? Anyway, that's ridiculous.
No, for us, it just shows that we're just looking for little pockets of glory.
Yeah.
That vain glory the scripture talks about.
Yep.
Not being absorbed in vain glory. I'm looking for little pockets of little victories to affirm myself versus being affirmed by the Most High, that the Most High is with me.
God.
It really takes you have to have a personal one-on-one case with the Most High to maintain your seat. We're gonna look for validation through people.
But the thing, you know, and this is how the Most High determines if a man is sincere. It doesn't matter if what I went through in my life, what I experienced, what my insecurities are. Your insecurities can't get in the way of service of the Most High. And when it boils down to it, can I be okay with men growing, families growing, sisters growing, and you don't get the credit for it? Can we accept that? Can we accept that everybody gets built up and you're not going to get the pat on the back and kudos for doing it?
Because you're just a servant.
And our job is to make sure something is put together so people can grow. The intention is to grow. The intention is to make the students better than the teacher. And can you find happiness in that? Or is ego getting in play? Does ego get in there? And this is the point. And you know, once again, as teachers and counselors, we can all go into the whys. People do what they do. Mm-hmm. Everybody has their why. Everybody has their reason. Cool. But listen, we only sit back and ask the why so we can understand sickness. That doesn't change the fact that that's an excuse for why a person does what they do. It's not an excuse, nor is it a justification.
You know, that just shows also we have to maintain the significance and be conscious of the significance of what it means to stay in order with the Most High at all times. It's got to be that way.
God. So let's continue and finish out this chapter.
1 Samuel chapter 15 and verse 27. And as Samuel turned about to go away, he laid hold upon the skirt of his of his mantle, and rent it.
Not because he didn't want to let him go, because he wanted that. He knew he was on his own at this time, and he wanted that control. But it's not even the control. He realized he was losing it all. He was losing the Most High's protection. Read on.
And Samuel said unto him, The Most High hath rent the kingdom of Israel from thee this day, and hath given it to a neighbor of thine that is better than thou.
And that's a hard pill to swallow, to be told there's a man in Israel that's a better man than you, that works harder, that sacrifices more, that's more committed than you.
So did that start the seed of hatred? Like, whoever this person is, they got what belongs to me.
What do you mean the seed of hatred? Because the scripture does say he has an evil spirit on him. Well, are you talking about the evil spirit, or what do you mean by the seed of hatred?
Because we're talking about David.
Well, he didn't know that David was the chosen.
No, I know. But I'm saying, is this kind of like where the hate started? Like, whoever this person would be, they are getting what belongs to me.
Well,
yes. Envy.
Yeah. But envy came out later. Because don't forget, he loved David when he first came out. Because don't forget, he was anointed as king.
Yeah.
And then he got caught up because he was the person who could play the harp to take these demons off.
And remember, after David kills Goliath, Saul kept David with him from that point.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
He said, I got to have this guy with me.
Yeah, he kept him on the side.
The envy started when them gals was singing that song out.
Yeah.
And they said, burp, burp. David kills all these cats. And Saul kills a couple.
Only a little bit.
He was like, what? This is bullshit.
Yeah. David killed a lot of it.
We're changing the lyrics up.
But he still wanted that position.
Oh yeah. He wanted it because he was there. He didn't leave.
No, nobody want to let go. Esau's still bitter that he lost his birthright.
Exactly.
He's been fighting battles and wars since the time he lost his.
That's why it's called the Zionist movement.
Yeah.
I'm gonna inject myself to be the children of Zion.
Yeah.
I'm gonna inject myself as being God's chosen by my power and influence on this earth.
Yeah.
And my domination in this place.
Absolutely.
I am a Zionist. What does that mean? You're a Jew? Get out of here, B. I'm sorry.
No. That's what I'm saying. They never stopped fighting for world power because they've always felt from the time that it was lost that it was tricked out of their hands and they should have it. That's where the idea of manifest destiny comes from.
Yep.
Everything that I see that I own, everything that I see I have, it belongs to me.
Yep.
Why would you even come up with that idea? Why would you even have that idea? Because you were the firstborn and rightfully so it should have went to you.
Okay.
But the Most High said otherwise, and people don't want to live with that fact. They don't want to live with the fact that they've been outplaced.
And your work wasn't good enough, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially at the position, especially a person who already had a fragile ego. His ego was fragile. He lived off of the fact that everybody wanted him and was into him. That was his whole makeup. And the fact that there was a person right under you that was outstepping you in every step up, he couldn't stand it. He couldn't stand it, and that was that evil spirit that started jumping on him.
And that evil spirit was there. That evil spirit is what the Most High was warning Cain about when he was telling them that sin lied at the door.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? When he was jealous of his brother, he was telling him, listen, if not, sin gonna lie at the door. What he showed him is, once you stop doing the things, creating these offers or doing these offers and sacrifices that get my attention, and I no longer approve of your actions, then there's another spirit that's going to be right behind that.
Come.
You know what I'm saying? And that sin that lied at the door is what is the spirit that remains on people once the Most High's Holy Spirit is removed off of them. You know what I'm saying? Now you got another spirit, and that spirit ain't good.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Now you got this sin, but it manifests itself in different ways. In that case, in Genesis, that sin manifested itself in murder. It manifested itself in envy.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And disapproval. Right. So that sin will manifest itself in many different ways.
Right. Let's continue with Samuel.
1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 29. And also the strength of Israel will not lie nor repent.
So he's not going to sit back here, make this declaration that you're no longer king, and then repent from this. Right. What's being said is said. He's not taking it back. Read on.
For he is not a man that he should repent.
Mm-hmm.
Then he said, I have sinned, yet honor me now, I pray thee, before the elders of my people.
He still, listen, this dude still wants him to sit back here,
serve his ego, right?
And do him a solid so that everybody can see him as the on-point guy. Right? This is the second time. The first time you said,
he's not even. I'm sorry.
No, he didn't. This is the first time he said it in the verse. The Josephus said it one time. But yeah, what you gonna say?
He's not even acknowledging the Most High at all. He just keeps talking about the position.
I know, because that's all that mattered to him. At this point, it was about maintaining his position and how people look at him, because that's what he craved. He craved the liking and the appeal of the people.
They say fame is worse than being wealthy. It's a bigger drug. It's one of the biggest drugs, being famous. Because once you get a taste of everybody liking you, everybody approving you, you can't see yourself as the favorite. People get rid of themselves in public because they're not accepted in the public point of view. People do this all the time. You know what I'm saying? They go downhill once they're phased out or they're no longer the hot stuff. They can't take it. They can't handle not being in a position where people accept you anymore.
That's
people
crazy,
look
bro.
at you as
old news.
They look at you as old news, but they can't handle it, bro. They can't take it.
That's crazy, bro. So let's continue.
It says, then he said, I have sinned, yet honor me now, I pray thee, before the elders of my people and before Israel, and turn again with me, that I may worship the Lord thy God.
He's like, listen, I hear what the verdict, but this man, just come with me. I'll be better. I'll change.
That's the second time, because the first time he said it was in 25.
Kinda. It's crazy, yeah.
In front of the elders.
Verse 31.
Damn.
So Samuel turned again after Saul, and Saul worshipped the Most High. Then said Samuel.
Where are we? I lost you. What verse?
We're in verse 31.
Okay, 31. Okay, cool.
So 1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 31. So Samuel turned again after Saul, and Saul worshipped the Most High.
So Samuel left. Now Samuel wants to read the Bible out.
Yep.
Read
Saul,
on.
right? Saul, right?
Yep, Saul. Saul wants to read the Bible. Now he wants to pray now. But what he doesn't want to accept is when the Most High is done with you, he's done with you. Read on.
It says, Then said Samuel, Bring ye hither me, what is it? Agag. Cool. Agag, the king of the Amalekites. And
This dude, he's praying versus doing what the hell he's supposed to do, right?
Samuel.
Kill this dude, man. First of all, Samuel's an old man at this time. He's an old man. He's really old at this point. Read on. He's still got that fire in him, man. Read on.
And Agag came unto him delicately.
Because he knew it was on. Now you can tell you probably heard the counselor already. Yeah, this is a problem, man. Damn. Read on.
And Agag said, Surely the bitterness of death is past.
It's been a long time, man. I've been here for a while.
A couple days. Listen, I don't think. Hopefully, it ain't too mad anymore, man. I can slide through and just flex my song and stuff. Read on.
And Samuel said, As thy sword hath made women childless, so shall thy mother be childless among women. And Samuel hewed Agag in pieces before the Most High in Gilgal.
This is bloody death. This is like one of those bloody mafia.
It was exactly. He got hacked to death. That's crazy.
I was bringing this out earlier, but Samuel had to do it.
I know.
Like Saul,
he still wasn't going to do it. All he cared about was how can I get the people on my side, even though he's pissed off at me. His mind didn't go into shit. Let me just kill all these animals now and kill Agag to make it right. That wasn't in his head.
Complete the order.
That all he was about was what did they call it? Political climate? Something control, not quality control, but damage control. Let's sit back and go through damage control. Let's make sure this doesn't get out to the people.
Spin it.
That's what he was doing. I'm spinning it. Let's make sure this doesn't get out to the people.
I look bad.
So they don't look at me bad.
No. I'm not getting corrected. We're walking with Samuel.
Yeah, well, I'm walking. Everything's cool. Yeah, he didn't check me. He didn't tell me that I lost my kingdom. Let's make this. Let's get him around the elders. Everything's gonna be okay. It's not over. It's like that Hollywood talk, guy. It's that Hollywood false talk, guy. You're money, baby. You're so money. Everything's money, baby. I'm money. Everything's cool. Everything's so money, right? Everything's so money. This is gonna work out. We can spin this a good way. He was in denial mode.
He get backstage.
Fast talking. Come on with me. It's gonna be cool. We're gonna talk to the elders. We're gonna sit back. We got some martinis. It's gonna be cool. There's these great hors d'oeuvres up in Gilgal. You're gonna love it. Trust me.
Catalina wine mixer.
Yeah, the Catalina wine mixer, right? Let's keep going now.
Verse 34.
Oh my God, we have a great band going out there this weekend. You're gonna love it. Come on with me, man.
We got new outfits.
Yeah. I got a garment ready for it. It's gonna be great, man. You know that.
1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 34. Then Samuel went to Ramah.
He went to hell. He didn't go following with those elders. Read on.
And Saul went up to his house to Gibeah of Saul. Gibeah of Saul.
That was his hometown, and that was where he was the king. Read on.
And Samuel came no more to see Saul.
That was it, bro. That was it. Read on.
Until the day of his death.
Little foreshadowing right there.
Yeah, until he is dead. Read on.
Nevertheless, Samuel mourned for Saul.
Listen, he felt bad for him, but I still got to do my job. Listen. He felt bad for him. He did his job, and he still couldn't hang out with him no more, regardless of how he felt about him. If he mourned for him, that means he loved him. But for your actions and what the Most High wants, I have to distance myself, and that's just how the job puts. That's the job, and that's the consequence of the job.
It's not personal.
It ain't personal. But I can't be here.
It feels that way if you're not thinking about the Most High.
Con. But you know the crazy thing is, if him being around Saul, all it does is it softens the sting for him. Him not being around him shows him the Most High ain't with you, bro. The best thing Saul can do now is to repent and apologize and make right. But you know what? Him being around him, constantly in his presence, isn't going to get him to look at things that way. Read on.
It says, and the Most High repented that he had made Saul king over Israel.
Huh.
That's
And
that chapter.
and this, and that's, we're going to leave it at that, man. I think chapter 16 goes into who the next king's going to be and how David's chosen, and we go into that process next week.
But
we did the final part with Saul, and I think that was enough.
I'll do a little recap. So do y'all see how judgment has to come first? It can't be about personal connections. It can't be about.
I know his kids.
I can't be about.
I know his family.
Because people like look. When I was looking in, you guys are some bad dudes,
Cold.
bro.
You don't care. You cut people off. You're calculating.
Yeah.
You're just emotionless. That's not
You're
what this is about.
You're holding grudges. It ain't really about the camp order. It's about that we hold grudges.
The bond is based upon living right, doing the right thing. The bond is based upon humility. He didn't sit back here and his humility wasn't true. Let them brothers' humility be true. Brothers be sad that they got caught out. Brothers be sad that they lost their position. It's not about true sincerity.
No.
And we can't lead with self-interest.
Kinda.
Self-interest cannot be. It has to be the Most High's interest, really. Your happiness. The perfect servant is happy that the master's happy. That's the perfect servant.
The Most High is happy.
The master's happy. I'm not the master being the Most High.
Just want to make sure.
The not us. We don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care about that.
Yeah.
But if the Most High is happy, I'm happy. That's the perfect servant.
Yeah.
And it just shows that no matter what position you get from the Most High, your servitude is being judged. I don't care if you're a soldier, an officer this, a brand new teacher, or an older teacher, a general, whatever it is. It's about the caliber of service the Most High receives.
And this is why you're going to read that verse in 1 Samuel 15:22 to the point where it's almost redundant, because you're going to have to remind yourself and everybody around you to obey is better than sacrifice. And to hearken to the fat of rams, because that's ultimately what it comes down to. Do I know how to follow more than I know how to insert my own ideas? It's easy to execute your own ideas and your own inventions and your own imaginations. But when it's uncomfortable or when it doesn't benefit you, can you do what you're told? And ultimately, that's what the Most High wants to see from us anyway. Ultimately, can you follow and do what you're told more than you can follow yourself? Can you put yourself last, your desire last, your wants last, and follow what you're told? And that's a hard thing to do for a lot of people, a lot of us. And that's something that we got to keep reminding ourselves of. That's what keeps me in order. My fear of the Lord has to keep me in order. You know what I'm saying?
That says too. And can I accept that my wants and dreams don't come from the Most High's vision?
Yeah. All my talents.
Yeah.
My talents, what I'm good at, what I think I'm good at.
Yeah.
You
know what I'm saying?
Because a lot of times we have this, like, man, I bring it out to the table, which honestly it may be something nice to bring to the table. But are you conforming to the Most High's needs, or are you making the Most High conform to your needs?
Right.
Or your skills. Any other questions? Or any questions? All right, let's go get it. We're going to get the prayers up.
And I can see how Samuel felt bad about Saul. I can see how they had a relationship.
Amaju, Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Yeah. All right. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Mike Allah.
Send Mike Allah.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
And make strong.
The people of Yasharallah.
The people of Yasharallah.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
And much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
And forgive all of our sins.
And forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh Shai, come quickly.
Yahweh Shai, come quickly.
For in thee.
For in thee
is our hope.
is our hope.
Always.
Always.
And forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathunanaw. Hathawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathunanaw. Ahwar. Lara'ah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
3. Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathunanaw. Ha'ayo. Lakwara. Ha'ay.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
4. Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathunanaw. Shaman. Zayat. Mashach. Yasharel.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness.
Show forth thy loving kindness.
In the morning.
In the morning.
In thy faithfulness.
In thy faithfulness.
Every night.
Every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With a solemn sound.
With a solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Has made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph.
I will triumph.
In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
how great are thy works!
How great are thy works!
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand it.
Neither doth the fool understand it.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
And all the works of iniquity do flourish.
And all the works of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh, art most high. Forevermore. For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
My eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in them.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
B'Shem Yahushai.
B'Shem Yahushai.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama'ayawa.
Hama'ayawa.
Ladawad.
Ladawad.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma. Tawab.
Tawab.
Wama. Na'ayam. Shabbat. Akim. Gam. Yachad. Kashaman. Hatawab. Ayo. Hara'ash. Yarad. Ayo. Hazakwan. Zakwan. Aharan. Shayarad. Ayo. Paya. Manawath Yawah. Kator. Haramwan. Shayarad. Ayo. Haroria. Tazayawan. Kaya. Sham. Tazawah. Yahweh. Habaraka. Chayayim. Aid. Ha'al B'Shem Yahushai.
Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh,
B'Shem,
Yahushai, Rachnawa, Washrali, Wabiyat, Support. Yahweh, B'Shem, Yahushai, Rachnawa, Washrali, Wabiyat, Support. Yahweh, B'Shem, Yahushai, Rachnawa, Washrali, Wabiyat, Support. Yahweh, B'Shem, Yahushai, Rachnawa, Washrali, Wabiyat, Support. Rock they help.
Rock they help.
Rock they help shot.
Rock they help shot.
Rock they help.
Rock they help.
Rock they help shot.
Rock they help shot.
Rock they help.
Rock they help.
Rock they help shot.
Rock they help shot.
Rock they help.
Rock they help.
Rock they help shot.
Rock they help shot.
All knowledge.
All knowledge.
All wisdom.
All wisdom.
All understanding.
All understanding.
All love.
All love.
All mercy.
All mercy.
All patience.
All patience.
All power.
All power.
From your house.
It's from your house.
All power.
All power.
From your house.
It's from your house.
All power.
All power.
From your house.
It's from your house.
Basham.
Basham.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
The water.
The water.
The Yat.
The Yat.
Aman.
Aman.
Saluting out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, what Yahweh Shai, Okey Yashar, Men of Israel, Mother, Ruck,
Yahweh Shem Yahshua,
Kum Yashar,
Kum Yashar,
Kum Yashar,
Kum Yashar,
Kum Yashar,
Kum Yashar.
Matah.
Dismiss.
Turn to face sisters.
I didn't see it. Yeah.
Okay.
No, we can do it.
Okay, we can do it now.
sorry.
Okay. Saluting out the daughters of Zion, Men of Israel, Mother, Ruck,
Yahweh Shem Yahshua.
Yashmatah. Dismissed. Fall out. Israel, throughout for tuning in. I will see you guys on Monday.
Yes, again.
All right. Shalom.